שעמדה והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו לא אחד בלבד, עמד עלינו לוצינו שלא אחד בלבד, עמד עלינו לכלות עלינו לכלות בלבד, עמד עלינו לכלותנו, אלא שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, אלא שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא. תפרו לי בגד עם כיסים, מילאו כיסי באגוזים, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא. שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא. שעון אשאל, שעון לשתי 4 כוסות, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא. שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא.
אחד מי יודע, אחד אני יודע.
אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ.
שניים מי יודע, שניים אני יודע.
שני לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ.
13 מי יודע, 13 אני יודע.
13 מדיה, 12 שבטיה, 11 כוכביה, 10 דבריה, 9 ימי לידה, 8 ימי מילה, 7 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חודשי תורה, 4 אמרות, 3 אהבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ.
מה נשתנה הלילה הזה מכל הלילות, מכל הלילות, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה, חמץ ומצה. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולו מצה. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולו מצה. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שאר ירקות, שאר ירקות. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולו מרור. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולו מרור. שבכל הלילות אין אנו מגבילים אפילו פעם אחת, אפילו פעם אחת. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, שתי פעמים. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, שתי פעמים. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בין יושבין ובין מסובין, בין יושבין ובין מסובין. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולנו מסובין. הלילה
לשנה הבאה בירושלים.
Welcome to this week's Torah study. Let me stop the music. So, welcome everybody. My name is Hakham Melech ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im, and this is Chol HaMoed Hag HaMazoth. This is the middle of Hag HaMazoth, so we'll speak about a bunch of things having to do with that. Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Ruben and Aviva Skari. Shabbat Shalom and Chag Sameach. Okay, so let's see. So I want to make sure everybody has the Haggadah. So let me post the link. If you don't have the link, then you should follow it. Actually, in the original announcement, you should see the link there. But I will post it here again in the chat. 1 second here. Where to go? Come back, you. No. Oh, it's over here. Hold on a second. 1 second. No. That's the one. To share. Copy link. Okay. So let's see here. Now I've got to go back here. Torah. And we go over here and we post the link. So there it is. Okay. So if anybody needs the link, please direct them to that. And please bring up that Haggadah now, because we're basically, well, in the past couple of years, I've tried to do Passover Seder online, and I just don't like them. They don't work out well. How do you stop for an hour and eat? Or how do you sing together over the internet? It doesn't work. So this year I decided, actually, hold that thought for 1 second. I just need to get some water. Okay, back in my favorite little spot. There we go. Okay, so I decided this year not to do it that way. I went to the local synagogue here. Well, it's not so local. It's about 45 minutes away. But I did the Passover Seder at the local synagogue with the rabbinites, which actually works out very nicely for me, because one of the great memories that I have growing up is a Passover Seder with my parents. And so I actually, of all the things that bother me the least about rabbinical Judaism, probably the Passover Seder is number one. I love the rabbinical Passover Seder. Yes, there's a lot of baloney in it. It speaks about Rabbi Akiva saying this and Rabbi Tarfon saying this, and one plague is equated to 5 plagues and all this kind of stuff. But it's part of my childhood. It's part of my memories. So, oh well. And I had a very, very nice time there. So, but I really don't like doing online Passover Seders. I don't think they work very well. The online format is not suited for Passover Seder, but it's not even suited for learning. I would much rather be learning in person. Hopefully by this time next year, we will have an in-person community. That is my goal. I really hope so. But at any rate, in the meantime, what we're going to do is kind of go through the Passover Seder. Go through the Passover Haggadah. And where did it go? There it is. Right. That's the one. go through the Passover Haggadah, and we'll kind of use it as a reference for learning, for asking questions, answering questions, etc., etc. By the way, on Monday, and I'll post announcements about this, I'm going to be giving another online class, and the online class is going to be about Passover in the Tanakh. And one of the reasons I'm giving it, main reasons I love doing it, but another reason is the following day I'm going to be giving the same class to the local Jewish community here near where I live, the one that I spent the Passover Seder with. I'll have to take out some explicit Karaite references, but that's okay. We'll work that all out. I mean, not in our class, in the following class the next day. So I'm going to give the class first here, and then I'll give it the next day at the synagogue. Okay. So all that being said, let me change how the screen is shared. And let's get the Passover Haggadah up. If you don't have it, or if you need it during the, I want to do window, right? If you need it during the study and for whatever reason you don't have the link or you're having problems with the link, let me know. And we will figure it out from there, okay? So first of all, can everybody hear me? Can everybody see the Passover Haggadah? Okay, just let me know. Somebody give me a yes. Let me know that everything's okay in terms of audio and visual. Cool. Excellent. All right. So with that being said, let's dig in. Okay. So is there anyone at this point who does not have the Haggadah and who needs a link to it? No. Okay. So I'm going to assume everybody has. If you need it, you let me know. Okay. So we'll skip by the introduction. You can all read that on your own. And I will kind of go through the flow of it, even when it's not directly related to the stories, okay? Because one of the things I want to do here is I kind of want to test it out. I want to use it I want to make sure the flow works for when people are doing the Seder, right? So we'll just read through. If anybody would like to read, please let me know. Okay, either in the English or the Hebrew, but I'll just start off to get us going. So welcome to our Hakham Melech table. This Karaite Haggadah is put together based mainly on verses from the Tanakh. Let's start by singing or reading this beautiful psalm, which speaks of yearning to be close to Yahweh and his power of redemption for those who are patient and who do not lose hope. So this is a beautiful psalm. This is Psalm 42. Let me bring this down a little bit. Boom. There we go. Psalm 42. There it is in Hebrew. And what I will do is I'll actually play it. So we get started off with a little bit of music. When I say play it, I mean play it on YouTube. I can play it on the flute actually, but I'd have to practice first. I don't want to sound, like an idiot playing flute when I haven't practiced. Okay, I mean, I play the flute all the time, but I mean this specific song. Okay, so what are we looking for? We are looking for Ki Ayal. 1 second here. Ki. Oh, why is it doing this? Okay. Ki. Ki. Yeah. There it is. So let's go with, oh no, we don't want Karaites singing to us. Oh, I don't know which one's a good one. I think this is a good one. Okay, we'll try this. Just 1 second. One second. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. All right, if I don't find it in a second, we'll just skip it. Let's see here. Which is the one I'm looking for? Maybe this one? All right, good enough. Let me share this. And you can follow along on the Haggadah. Back.
Hayom Tadoi,
And by the way, this is verse 1. So this is Psalm 42, verse 1. Now to verse 2. All right, we'll stop it there. Okay, that wasn't the version I was looking for. It was a little bit Karaite out, but okay, whatever. All right. So let's see here. Let me bring this back. Torah, share. There we go. Okay, so that's a beautiful psalm. Okay. But we're going to move on because we have a lot to cover. Okay. You can follow along with the pictures yourself if there's anything I have to say. So here, this is actually important, the full moon. So Hag HaMazoth is one of two biblical holidays that begin on the full moon, the other being Sukkot, right? As it says, on the 15th day in Leviticus 23:6, on the 15th day of the first month, the festival of unleavened bread begins. For 7 days you must eat bread made without yeast, right? So the two holidays that begin the agricultural season, the one that begins the agricultural season and the one that ends the agricultural season, they fall on the 15th of the month. In other words, they fall on in when the moon is full. Okay, so that's what signifies the beginning and the end of the agricultural season, or shall I say more precisely, the beginning of the holidays that begin and end the agricultural season, right? So it's kind of like the harvest moon, right? I think the harvest moon is a full moon in September and October. So that's basically what Sukkot is, right? It's celebrated on the harvest moon, and Passover as well, Hag HaMazoth, and the bringing of the Passover sacrifice, and the time when Yahweh led the Israelites out of Egypt begins in the full moon. I think that's actually kind of significant, right? Because it's much easier to see your way when it's a full moon, right? Remember that God came to the Israelites in the middle of the night, it says so explicitly in Exodus 12, and he led them out into the desert. Okay, it doesn't mention anything at that point about a pillar of fire or a pillar of cloud that was leading them. That's only mentioned later. So when he led them out, he's leading them out. It's a full moon, and not only is it a full moon, but if you guys are astronomers, professional or amateur astronomers, then you know that when it's a full moon, then the moon is at its height in the sky at midnight. So it would literally be literally be up at the top of the sky. Well, not quite at the top of the sky because Israel's not on the equator, but basically high on the horizon, not in the horizon, high in the sky, right? And it would be a full moon, okay? Because when the moon is full, then when the sun sets, the moon rises. When the moon sets, the sun rises. The moon and the sun are in opposition of each other, right? So when the sun is at 12 midnight, the sun is at its lowest point below the earth, right? In other words, the earth is turned away from the sun, but from our point of view, it's like below the earth, and the moon is straight up above us in the sky, right? So I think it's very significant, okay, that the Israelites were led out during the full moon, okay? Okay, and if we had more time, I'd say a bit more about it. I'd talk a little bit about exactly how. Well, we won't get into it. One of these days, I'm going to do a full set of classes on the calendar. I'll probably do that under the Biblical Calendar Society rather than World Alliance of Qara'im, and then we can talk about all of that then. It's very, very interesting stuff. Okay, Any questions, any comments so far? If you have any, please let me know. Please chime in. Okay. So you guys can all look at the picture. That is Daffodil. Okay, that was taken in one of the neighborhoods of Har Nof, which is not the prettiest neighborhood in one of the neighborhoods in Jerusalem. Very Haredi neighborhood, definitely not one of the prettiest neighborhoods in Jerusalem, but it's right near the Jerusalem forest. So that was taken from the Jerusalem forest behind the neighborhood of Har Nof, and that is Daffodil. As you can see, was taken in January, right? So that's when basically already in December, January, that's when even before that, as soon as the rainy season starts in Israel, so around middle of October, middle of October to middle of November, already you're going to have the wildflowers coming out. For those of you who haven't lived in Israel or haven't spent a lot of time in Israel, and specifically if you grew up in, let's say, colder climates, like where I grew up in New York, so spring and summer are green, right? Fall is orange and yellow, orange, and red, and winter is it's white, right? Everything is dead. It's kind of just the opposite in Israel. Okay, in the summertime, everything is basically burnt out from the heat of the sun. It's Mediterranean climate, right? So everything is, all the grasses, all the flowers are pretty much dried out. I mean, there's some, okay, the trees are growing, but wildflowers and wild grasses are already burnt out. But in the wintertime, Israel is green. It just becomes lush green, starting basically from November straight through till till the middle of April. And during Passover, which usually falls in March or April, that's when Israel's at the height of its greenness, especially March. All the wildflowers are out. You can see entire fields just covered with wildflowers. You know, all the grasses are green, and everything is it's just beautiful. It's if you haven't spent Passover in Israel, I highly recommend doing it. Okay, so let's move on. All right, we are now on page 4 of the Haggadah. Okay, so this is chapter 1 of the Haggadah. What are the Passover sacrifice and the festival of unleavened bread? Right. So before we get into the story, we're going to understand a little bit about what it is that we need to do. There are 2 main things that we are required to do according to the Torah on this festival. The first is to bring the sacrifice, the Passover sacrifice, and the second, right after bringing the Passover sacrifice, is to eat matzah for 7 days, or more correctly stated, to refrain from eating chametz, refrain from eating leavened bread for 7 days. Okay. Would anybody like to read? I'd like to make this somewhat interactive. Anybody want to read? Volunteers? Phil, would you like to read? You're on YouTube. I don't think you can. Oh, nobody's here. Nobody can read because they're all on YouTube and Facebook. Okay, well, I guess I have to read. If you'd like to read, come on the StreamYard, and then you can read. Okay, so what are the Passover sacrifice and the Festival of Unleavened Bread? First, let us learn about the Passover sacrifice and the holiday of Hag HaMazoth. Where in the Torah are we commanded to celebrate the holiday? You know what? Maybe I'll use my little tool here. Let's see if it works. Here. 1 second here. Page marker. Okay. Oops. Okay, it doesn't matter. All right, first let's learn about the Passover sacrifice and the holiday of Hag HaMazoth. Where in the Torah are we commanded to celebrate this holiday? How do we celebrate it? Why do we celebrate it? Okay. And this picture I took very, very, very early in the morning. We used to live out in a neighborhood called Ein Karem, which is on the outskirts of Jerusalem, one of the most beautiful. Now they want to destroy it and build high-rise apartments there, but was and still is to this day, as far as I know, one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in Jerusalem, if definitely the most beautiful neighborhood in Jerusalem. It's up in the hills around Jerusalem, and if you go out really, really early in the morning, just like at the break of dawn, so this must have been taken at about 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Then the fog from the moisture in the air overnight, which gets trapped in the hills or the mountains of Jerusalem, it settles into the valleys, and you feel like you're floating. You feel like you're floating in heaven. It's absolutely beautiful. And then over the next hour or two, as the sun comes up, it starts dissipating. Okay. So we are now in Leviticus 23. Leviticus 23 describes all of the Torah's yearly holidays in chronological order. The first one mentioned is the Festival of Unleavened Bread, together with the Passover sacrifice. Okay, So we are now in Leviticus 23, 4. Okay, Leviticus 23, 4. And yeah, let's see. Should I bring it up here? No, I'll just stay here. Okay. So Ele Moadei Yahweh. Oh, let me do it this way. Let's bring it up here. So it's Leviticus 23, 4. This way, if I want to click on a word and we want to get further insight into a word, I can, and all kinds of stuff like that. Okay. So we're going 4 through 8. Okay, we're gonna look at now. So this is Leviticus 23, 4 through 8. Okay, so Ela Moadei Yahweh Mikra'e Kodesh Asher Tikra'u Otam B'Moadam. Okay, so these are the appointed times of Yahweh. Okay, appointed times, meaning, right? We know that the tent in the tabernacle is also called the Ohel Moed, right? The tent of meeting. It's usually called, right? So these are the meeting times, right? It's the same word that's being used as the tent of meeting, Ohel Moed, and this is Moadei Yahweh. It's usually translated as the appointed times of Yahweh, but it really means the meeting times, the times when Yahweh and Israel meet, right? Father meets son. It's a grand reunion, right? Ultimately supposed to be in Jerusalem, right? So these are the meeting times between Yahweh, okay? Mikra'e Kodesh, usually translated as holy convocation, right? Let's analyze the word convocation. Con means together, like what would be an example? Continuity, right? Or continue, right? Like together, right? So convocation, vocation means like vocal. So convocation, which nobody ever knows what that word means. It means a calling together. Con together, vocation, calling, okay? Like vocal, right? So it means a calling together. Mikra'e Kodesh or Mikra is exactly that. It's a calling or a calling out, right? In fact, the word Mikra later came to it also means to call or to read. So the Mikra is later what the word that was used for the Torah or for the Tanakh, for the written Tanakh, right? Because it was read, right? And that became Bnei Mikra, the sons of the Tanakh, or the sons of the Mikra, and that became Qara'im. So the word Qara'im actually comes from this root right here, Mikra'e Kodesh, okay? And it has kind of a similar meaning here. So as we said, a convocation, right? So holy is Kodesh, Mikra'e Kodesh means holy convocations, right? Holy calling together. So likro means to call. It means either to read or to call. And I assume the connection between, in modern Hebrew too, if you want to say, I'm reading this book, ani koreh sefer hazeh. If you want to say, I'm gonna call out to you, ani koreh lecha kshani magia. Okay, I'll call you when I call out to you when I arrive. Okay, so and I assume that the reason the word is the same is because reading in ancient times meant reading aloud, right? This is how you transmitted information. You read aloud, and later, or maybe at the same time, that also involved some people actually reading, meaning looking at texts and reading or reading aloud. Okay. At any rate, so Mikra'e Kodesh, holy convocations. Okay. Asher tikra'u otam b'mo'adam, which you shall declare them or call them out or proclaim them in their appointed times. Okay, so in these meeting times between Yahweh and Israel, we call out or we proclaim these Mikra'e Kodesh, these holy convocations, these announcements of holy of coming together for the Moadim, for the meetings at the appointed times between Yahweh and Israel. Okay, all right, let's move on. Verse 5. So, B'chodesh HaRishon, in the first month, we all know what the first month is. It's the month of the Aviv, right? It says explicitly in Exodus 12. I can't remember the exact chapter and verse, but in Exodus 12, that this month No, Exodus, Exodus 12:2 is this month for you. Okay, let's look at it. Now, we're not going to digress. We know it's talking about the Chodesh of the Aviv. The first month is the Chodesh of the Aviv. That's when you start your months. Okay, we all know what the Aviv is as Karaites. I'm not going to get into it right now. We've spoken about it many, many times before. If anybody wants to ask specific questions about the Aviv, then please go ahead and do that. But this first month, which is determined by the finding of the almost ripe barley, okay? Basically, when the barley is about to be harvested, that's when we declare the first month, okay? If you haven't seen the article yet, in the Times of Israel, that mentions the World Alliance of Qara'im and mentions the Aviv search and has a beautiful picture of Bruce Brill on the article, then let's see if I can get that for you right now. Where's the link? One second. Link to the article. I don't know. I can't find it right now. All right, I'll do it later if I remember. Okay. So that's that. So b'chodesh harishon, okay, on the first month, ba'arba asar lechodesh, bena arba'im. We spoke about this idea of bena arba'im last week, okay? But so I'm not going to speak about it again. But I think maybe what we should do here, we have a lot of ground to cover. Maybe I shouldn't just talk about every little thing. I think we'll do more like a reading through with some minor commentary. Okay, so b'chodesh harishon ba'arba asar lechodesh bena arba'im. Okay, on the 14th day of the month, between the evenings, literally, and what that means is between sunset and total darkness. Okay, so the sun sets on the 14th day. Now begins an intermediate period until total darkness. That's officially the beginning of the 15th day, but we have this intermediate period between sunset and total darkness, which lasts in most places where we human beings live for about an hour, and that's Bena Arba'im. This is between the evenings. Okay, Pesach le Yahweh. Okay, the Passover sacrifice to Yahweh, and it should be pointed out that whenever the word Pesach is used, except for I think one place where it says Chag Pesach or Chag Pesach, Pesach always refers to the Passover offering. The name of the holiday is not Passover, is not Chag Pesach. The name of the holiday is Hag HaMazoth, the festival of unleavened bread. The word Pesach refers to the offering. Immediately after bringing the offering, simultaneously to bringing the offering, that's when Hag HaMazoth starts. That's when begins the 7 days of the festival of unleavened bread, in which we are not allowed to eat any leavened bread. Okay. Verse 6. On the 15th day of this month, Hag HaMazoth, the festival of unleavened bread. And this is what the name of the holiday actually is. It's not called Passover. It's not called Pesach. It's not called Chag Pesach. It's not called the Passover festival, the Passover holiday. It's called the festival of unleavened bread. Okay? So Chag HaMazoth, festival of unleavened bread, li Yahweh. Okay? Shivat yamim matzot tochelu. For 7 days you shall eat matzot. Okay? When we did the Passover Q&A, we spoke about how this, in my opinion, means that you don't have to eat matzah for 7 days. It means that if you're going to eat bread, then it has to be matzah. Okay? There's an understood predicate or if statement before this, which is if you're going to eat bread, then for 7 days you shall eat. For those 7 days, if you're going to eat bread, it should be matzah. You're not allowed to eat leavened bread. Doesn't mean you have to eat matzah every day. You don't even have to eat it on the first day. The only requirement to eat matzah regarding the Passover, if I'll bring this up, is if we were still bringing the Passover offering. Let me find this. Then we have here, and that's in Exodus 12:8, okay, that the Passover offering must be eaten. Enhance your data with drop-down chips. Okay. If you're going to bring the Passover offering, then it must be eaten with matzot, and it must be eaten with bitter herbs, with manorim. Both of those are in Exodus 12:8. Okay? But aside from bringing the Passover offering, there's no commandment to bring to eat matzah. Now, according to the rabbis, it's a mitzvah, whatever that means, to eat matzah on the first night. I think it's a very good. Idea, since we're not bringing the Passover offering, to eat matzah, because we would have been eating the matzah with the Passover offering, but it's certainly not required from the Tanakh to eat matzah for any of the 7 days of a Passover. Okay. And by the way, making matzah is very simple. It's very easy. We did it yesterday. In fact, yesterday for breakfast, I made pancakes, and it was just so delicious, and it was so simple. And what I did, I'll just tell you the recipe very quickly. I took flour. It happened to be organic spelt flour. Mixed some water in there to make it a batter. Added some salt. Added a little bit of sugar. Added some spices. I think I put some cinnamon there. I think I put a little bit of coriander seed in there. I can't remember, maybe 1 or 2 other spices. I'm very into cooking with spices. I've got about 35 different types of spices in my pantry. And so I can't remember. I may have put 1 or 2 other things in there. And then mix it up into a batter. No leavening agent, right? That's what makes it matzah. You don't have to cook it within 18 minutes because bread will not rise. Dough will not rise without a leavening agent. It just won't. That's the whole point of a leavening agent, and that's why we're commanded to remove saor. We're commanded to remove leavening agents from our house for the 7 days of Chag HaMazoth. So we're not tempted, or we don't by mistake throw it into the dough and it starts rising. But if there's no leavening agent, there's no rising. Okay, try it yourself. For those of you who make bread, you know very well you're not going to get very far without any leavening agent. Yes, things will puff up a little bit, but that's only going to be because the water is absorbed into the flour, so it'll look more puffed up. But that's not leavening. That's not rising. Without a leavening agent, without yeast or baking powder or baking soda or some other type of leavening agent, the dough will not rise. Period. Okay. So at any rate, made that batter and then put a little olive oil in the frying pan. Took the batter, poured it in there. I had some fresh blueberries. I put some blueberries on top. I had some pecans. I put a little bit of pecans on top, and then just cooked it basically like a pancake. It was absolutely delicious. We ate it with honey and some chopped up fruit and some butter, and it was delicious. And it's matzah. It's matzah. Matzah doesn't mean you have to bake these styrofoam, tasting tasteless, bricks or slabs of bread that you buy in the in the supermarket or the kosher store or whatever. That does not have to be matzah. Matzah means you could any way you want to make what would be called flatbread. Okay, bread that does not have a leavening agent in it. There are a million ways to do it. You can make dough like you would bread without leavening agent. Roll it out flat. Add some spices. Cook it in the oven, and it'll come out like crackers, and it's absolutely delicious. Or you can make a dough, roll it very thin. Cook it on you can cook it on in a pan, or you can cook it even on the grill, okay? And it'll come out basically like a tortilla. Or you could make a batter like we did and then pour it in, making it like pancakes. And I'm sure there are a million other ways to do it, but the point is that matzah does not have to be, that styrofoam tasteless, bricks or slabs of bread that we all know and that I certainly know from my childhood. Okay, so let's move on. Any questions, any comments before we move on? Anybody? All right, so let's move on. Right. So for 7 days, if you're going to eat bread, it has to be unleavened bread. For 7 days, you shall eat matzot. Verse 7, Bayom harishon mikra kodesh yelechem kol melechet avodah lo ta'asu. Okay, on the first day shall be a holy convocation. Okay. And these holy convocations, so there are really, let's talk about the holy convocations, these Mikra Kodesh, okay? Not all the days of Passover are called holy convocations, okay? It's basically the ones where we're not allowed to do milacha, okay? So it's the first day of Passover, the 7th day of Passover. It's the Chag HaShavuot, the Festival of Weeks. It's the first day of, it's Yom HaTeruah, also known as by the rabbis Rosh Hashanah, the first day of the 7th month. It's Yom Kippurim, and it's the first day of Sukkot, and then the 8th day of Sukkot, or if you want to consider that a separate holiday, Shmini Atzeret, whatever you want to call it. Basically, I'll just call it the 8th day of Sukkot. Those are the holy convocations, And on all of these holy convocations, you shall not do any type of work. Okay. Now notice it doesn't say, usually for Shabbat it says don't do milacha. Okay. For Yom Kippurim it says don't do milacha. Milacha is like a single word. It's even just onomatopoeically, it's more terse, right? It's more to the point. Here it says Malechet Avodah, and this would imply that there is less of a restriction on work, as we shall see in just a second. Okay, and as I mentioned in the Passover Q&A, but Malechet Avodah means you're not allowed to do work, but it's not as solemn. You're not the restriction against doing work is not as serious as it is on Shabbat and on Yom Kippurim, the two places where it says milacha rather than Malechet Avodah. Okay, and we'll talk about that more in a second. Lo ta'asu, you should not do any type of work. Okay, and no, we won't talk about that in a second, so I'll mention it now. You are allowed to prepare food. Okay, and if I can find it here, I think it's in Exodus 13. I can't find it now. Okay, but it says explicitly on the first day of Haggadah. Actually, I think it says regarding the seventh day of Haggadah, you're allowed to prepare food. Okay, on Haggadah, on the first and seventh days of Haggadah, and in my opinion, by extension, on all of the other holidays except for Yom Kippurim. Okay, verse 8. You shall bring a fire offering to Yahweh Shivat Yamim B'Yom Hashvi'i for 7 days. So fire offerings are brought for all 7 days of Chag HaMatzot. B'Yom Hashvi'i Mikra Kodesh, and on the seventh day is again a Mikra Kodesh, a holy convocation. Kol Malechet Avodah Lo Ta'asu, and again you're not supposed to do any type of Malechet Avodah, which means you shouldn't do any work, but you are allowed to do food preparation, and it's a less harsh restriction, or less solemn restriction, or less absolute restriction than would be the case on Shabbat or on Chag HaMatzot. Okay, so that's that. Any questions, any comments before we move on? No? Nobody? Okay, let's go on. All right, so you all can see that, I hope. We are now on page 5 of the Haggadah. Okay. Almond blossoms in the months preceding Chag HaMatzot. Blossoming almond trees cover the land of Israel from north to south in a carpet of white and pink. Here, a single blossom is caught in the rain in Ein Kadam, Jerusalem on 12 February 2005. So yeah, you'll see starting in December usually, but it usually peaks in January. You'll see that all of the almond trees, and there are tons of almond trees all over Israel, they just blossom, and all of the hills, you see the green grass on the ground, and then you see the almond trees, exploding with blossoms. It's just absolutely spectacular. It's beautiful. Usually occurs in January, maybe into February, and I think already in mid-February, the almond blossoms start dropping, maybe even a little bit before that. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. Then you also have other trees from the same family, such as the cherry tree, blooms a little bit later. You have the apple and pear trees that bloom a little bit later, but there are not as many cherry, apple, and pear trees. These are all from the same family. They're all from the rose family, basically. You don't have as many cherry, apple, and pear trees around or just scattered around the land of Israel as you do almond trees. So the almond blossoms are like a big thing in Israel, and people will go out and do Shalom, Hallelujah, et stereo 4, or stereo 4, Hallelujah, Aleph Tuf, or I don't know how to pronounce your name. But I know you do songs from Aleph to Tuf in stereo for your grandkids. And that's a beautiful thing. Okay. Anyway, shalom. Okay. So, yes. So that's the almond blossoms. Please, if you ever get a chance to go to Israel, my high recommendation is go in the wintertime. It is gorgeous. Yes, the weather is not as good. It can be rainy. It can be a little bit colder. There aren't as many hours of daylight. But if you go in January, February, or I think especially March, you will not be disappointed. That is when the land of Israel is at its most beautiful. Everything is in bloom. All the wildflowers are in bloom. Actually March already, it's starting to get very nice. It's not chilly by then. It might be at night in the upper elevations, but it's a completely different experience than going in the Desiree. Yes, hi Desiree. It's a completely different experience than going in the summertime, right? Everyone thinks of Israel as this, giant desert and stone and sand. That's not Israel at all. For any of you who have ever been there, Israel is a very, very beautiful and diverse land, and it's a very wet land. It's part of the Fertile Crescent, and it's not for no reason that this area is called the Fertile Crescent. It's not a desert. There are parts of Israel that are a desert, but most of Israel, except maybe down in the south or out in the Judean desert, the Samarian desert, is very lush, and very, very beautiful. Okay, so that being said, yes, Desiree, I will try to remember. You told me your name last week, and I forgot, and now I will make an effort to remember Desiree. Okay, welcome, Desiree. Okay, so let's move on. We have here, we're going to now go into Exodus 12. So Exodus 12 gives further details regarding the Passover sacrifice. The verses 48 to 49 imply that a sojourner who brings the Passover sacrifice becomes like a native-born Israelite for all intents and purposes, or only with regards to the laws of the Passover sacrifice. We will talk about that. And here we have a picture of the Aleppo Codex. So the Aleppo Codex is the most famous and by most accounts the most accurate of the Masoretic texts. Sadly, it does not exist in its entirety. It was destroyed. I can't remember exactly when. I think in the past century. Let's just take a little sidetrack to the Aleppo Codex. So, but it now does sit in Jerusalem, in the Israel Museum, in the I forgot what they call that place, but this is big dome, the Dome of the Book, or the Dome of the Scroll, or something like that. But let's read a little bit about the Aleppo Codex because it's so important. So the Aleppo Codex, also called Keter Aram Soba, okay, is a medieval bound manuscript of the Hebrew Bible. The Codex was written in the city of Tiberias in the 10th century CE, circa 920, under the rule of the Abbasid Caliphate, and was endorsed for its accuracy by Maimonides. Together with the Leningrad Codex, it contains the Ben Asher Masoretic tradition. So most people still believe that the Ben Asher family or the Masoretes were Karaites. There's been some pushback against that, but I think that it still is the most likely explanation. Okay, so one of the things that I always like to point out as a Karaite to Rabbinites is that the Hebrew Bible you're reading, which is actually not based on the Aleppo Codex, almost all of them are based on what's called the Leningrad Codex, because it's a full copy. It's a original Masoretic text, but it's a full copy of the entire Tanakh. Okay. However, that was also made by I believe it was the Ben Asher family also. But at any rate, it was the Masoretes, and the Masoretes are Karaites. So if you want to have fun with Rabbinites, next time you're with them and they're reading the Tanakh, tell them that they're reading if they hate Karaism so much, they should stop reading their Tanakh because they're reading a Karaite manuscript of the Tanakh. Okay, so where were we? Yes, the Aleppo Codex. The Codex was kept for 5 centuries in the central synagogue of Aleppo until the synagogue was torched during the anti-Jewish riots in 1947. That's when it was. Very, very sad. Ouch. Okay, the fate of the Codex during the subsequent decade is unclear. When it resurfaced in Israel in 1958, roughly 40% of the manuscript, including the majority of the Torah section, was missing, and only 2 additional leaves have been recovered since then. The original supposition that the missing pages were destroyed in the synagogue fire has increasingly been challenged, fueling speculation that they survive in private hands. Okay, the portion of the Codex that is accounted for is housed in the Shrine of the Book. That's what it's called, in the Israel Museum. And there's a picture of the Shrine of the Book, that dome thingy in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. Okay. So, we'll read on a little bit. The Hebrew name is Keter Aram Zobah, translated as Crown of Aleppo. Keter means crown, and Aram Zobah was a not yet identified biblical city in modern Syria, whose name was applied from the 11th century onward by some rabbinical sources and Syrian Jews to the area of Aleppo in Syria. Okay. The term Keter is a translation of Arabic Taj, originally Persian Taj. The codex was called Al-Taj by locals until the modern period. In Arabic, the term Taj was used, like Taj Mahal, I believe it's the same word, was used mostly as a stock superlative title, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so here we go. The Karaite Jewish community of Jerusalem purchased the codex about 100 years after it was made. When the Crusaders conquered Jerusalem in 1099, the synagogue was plundered and the codex was held for high ransom, which was paid with money coming from Egypt, leading to the codex being transferred there. It was preserved at the Karaite, then at the Rabbinite synagogue in Old Cairo, where it was consulted by Maimonides, who described it as a text trusted by all Jewish scholars. It is rumored that in 1375, one of Maimonides' descendants brought it to Aleppo, Syria, leading to its present name. So it's not just that it was purchased by the Karaite Jewish community of Jerusalem. Okay, it was made by the Masoretes. The Masoretes, by most accounts, are Karaites. So it was made by the Masoretes, who were Karaites, for the Karaite Jewish community. Okay, for the Karaite community. Okay, the codex remained in Syria for nearly 600 years. In 1947, rioters, enraged by the United Nations partition plan for Palestine, burned down the synagogue where it was kept. The codex disappeared, then reemerged in 1958 when it was smuggled into Israel by Syrian Jew Murad Faham and presented to the president of the state, Yitzhak Ben Tzvi. Sometime after its arrival, it was found that parts of the codex had been lost. The Aleppo Codex was entrusted to the Ben Tzvi Institute and Hebrew University of Jerusalem. It is currently on display in the Shrine of the Book at the Israel Museum. The Aleppo Codex was submitted by Israel for inclusion in UNESCO's Memory of the World Register and was included in 2015. Okay, so that's enough with the Aleppo Codex, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but it is, yes, the probably the most famous manuscript of the Tanakh. Okay, so getting back to our picture here. So it says the Aleppo Codex fragment believed to be from the Aleppo Codex containing verses from the book of Exodus chapter 8 describing the plagues of Egypt, including the words of Moses to Pharaoh, "Let my people go that they may serve me." Written in the 10th century CE for the Karaite community of Jerusalem, the Aleppo Codex is considered the most authoritative of the Masoretic texts. And I'm about out of battery here, so just give me a second. I'm going to put on a nice song, and let me get my charger. Let's see what nice song I can put on. Let's do it this way. Videos. Yeah, no need for that. Let's see if I can find that version of Ki Ayal Ta'arog that I like. 1 second here. Well, if I go to wait a second here. Video, show more. Israel, I think I have it in. There it is. Let's put that on. That's it.
כאייל טהור על אפיקי מים, כנפשי טהור אליך אלוקים, כאייל טהור על אפיקי מים, כנפשי טהור אליך אלוקים. צמא, צמא, צמא נפשי לאלוקים, צמא נפשי לאלוקים, לך. מתי יבוא, מתי יבוא וראה פני האלוקים, הילדה על אפיקי מים, כנפשי תהום אליך אלוקים, כהילדה על אפיקי מים, כנפשי תהום אליך אלוקים, צמא נפשי לאלוקים, צמא נפשי לאלוקים, לך. מתי יבוא, מתי יבוא וראה פני האלוקים, הילדה על אפיקי מים, כנפשי תהום אליך אלוקים, צמא נפשי לאלוקים, צמא נפשי לאלוקים, לך. מתי יבוא, מתי יבוא וראה פני האלוקים,
Okay, we are back. I am plugged in. Let me stop this. Window, Twitter, share. Okay, so we were talking about the Aleppo Codex, and now we're going to go to Shemot Yud Bet. We're going to go to Exodus 12, and we're going to go to Exodus 12, 43 through 51. We're on page 6 of the Haggadah. So let's do it. Exodus 12 is basically it's the Exodus itself. Okay. And we said we're doing what? 43 through 51. So these are the laws of the Passover sacrifice. Okay. So here you see it says instructions for the Passover. Remember, whenever we see the word Passover, it does not mean the holiday. The name of the holiday is not Passover. The name of the holiday is Haggadah HaMazoth, the festival of unleavened bread. When it says the word Passover, what we are talking about is the Passover sacrifice. And we're going to learn the laws, or some of the laws of the Passover sacrifice right here. Vayomer Yahweh el Moshe ve'Aaron. So Yahweh said to Moshe and Aaron, Zot chukat ha'pasach, kol ben nechar lo yochal bo. This is the law of the Passover sacrifice. Anyone who is a ben nechar is a foreigner. a non-Israelite, someone who is not a native-born Israelite or is not a ger. Okay, so is not a convert or is not a native-born Israelite, a patrilineal descendant of Jacob. Okay. V'chol eved ish miknat kasef malta oto az yochal bo. So now we're talking about anyone who is the slave of a man, right? So there was slavery in ancient times, and slavery was allowed in the Torah. There are specific rules which basically dictate very, very fair treatment for both the non-Israelite and the Israelite slave. The Israelite slave has to be treated more like a brother than a slave, but even the non-Israelite slave has to be treated fairly. So, for instance, if you knock out his eye or his teeth, then you have to let him free. If he runs away, you're not allowed to return him, right? And so on and so forth. Okay, so but your slave, if you purchase, okay, miknat kasef, okay. So here it says v'chol eved ish miknat kasef. So any slave of a man, of an Israelite man, obviously it's talking about here, miknat kasef, the purchase of that is purchased with money, literally the purchasing of money. Okay, in other words, a slave that you've purchased with money, or ostensibly one that you've captured in war. Those were the two ways that people acquired slaves in the ancient world and in some places in the modern world, like Libya. So after Gaddafi, I don't think this was happening at all in Gaddafi's time, but of course the United States has to screw up everything that is working. So they had to go in and completely mess up Libya and install their American puppet government, which is not even American puppet government. It's just chaos. But at any rate, so if you purchase a slave, well, that slave becomes a permanent part of your household. And we're talking here about a non-Jewish slave, because you don't purchase really a Jewish slave, or should I say an Israelite slave. Maybe you could. It doesn't seem that you could, right? An Israelite slave is acquired usually if he falls into debt, and then he has to come serve you for 6 years, and then is released on the 7th year. Okay. So at any rate, so any non-Israelite slave that you purchase basically becomes a permanent part of your household. Okay, he's kind of adopted in a certain sense into your household. Okay, umaltauto az yochalbo, and you shall circumcise him, and then he may eat of it. Okay, so basically, a slave that becomes a non-Israelite slave that is purchased becomes a permanent part of your household, and by circumcising him, you basically essentially turn him into a ger. He basically essentially becomes a permanent part of Israel, because he's a permanent part of your household. So slaves were able to permanently enter into Israel, okay, which means their descendants were as well, and their male descendants were automatically have the children always have the same status of the father. Okay, so you shall circumcise him, and then he may eat of it. And I think that's a bad translation. It would be more like, if you want to circumcise him, or if you choose to circumcise him, then he may eat of it. Or if you do circumcise him, then he may eat of it. It's not a commandment to circumcise all your non-Israelite slaves, but if you do choose to, okay, then he may eat of it afterwards. In other words, only circumcised people may eat of the Passover offering, and only circumcised members that are a permanent part of Israel, and the slave being added to his master's household permanently actually can attain the status of ger by circumcision. Okay. Now we see in verse 45, Toshav v'Sachir lo yochal bo. So Toshav v'Sachir, they are two statuses that are not permanent members of the nation of Israel. Okay, Toshav is someone who lives among Israel, but has no intention of staying permanently, and who has not been circumcised, ostensibly. And a Sachir is a seasonal or day laborer. So I always say that a Toshav is kind of like a green card holder. Okay, he's living among Israel, but he's not a citizen. He's not naturalized. And he's not a naturalized member of Israel. A ger is a naturalized member of the nation of Israel. Toshav is not. It's like a green card holder. He may just decide someday to become a naturalized Israelite, or he may decide to return to his own land. But in the meantime, is living kind of semi-permanently in Israel. That's where he lives. Okay. V'sachir is more like a seasonal worker. Okay, a day laborer or a seasonal worker. So I always compare this to, let's say, the Mexican agricultural workers that come up and work in California during the I don't know, the grape picking season, grapes of wrath or whatever it was, right? Something like that, right? That's a sachir. Okay, so the toshav and the sachir. So this would be someone who's in the United States on a work visa, B2 visa. I don't know about visas too much because I was born in America, for good or for bad. And I guess it was good back then, kind of, but now it's pretty bad. At any rate, so sachir is a seasonal laborer, someone who's in the country on a work visa, right? He's gonna be there for the harvest season, and then he's gonna go back to his country. So these two types, the green card holder, the B2, the work visa holder, they're not permanent members of the nation of Israel. They're not staying there permanently. So lo yochal bo, okay, they cannot eat of the Passover sacrifice. But the eved, the slave who is a permanent member of your household, if he's circumcised, may eat of the Passover sacrifice. All right, verse 46. And by the way, any questions about that? Okay, if you guys have any comments or questions, please speak up and let me know. You can type them in or you can say them. Verse 46, בבית אחד יאכל, לא תוציא מן הבית מן הבשר חוצה ועצם לא תשברו בו. Okay, so it should be eaten in one house. בבית אחד יאכל, it is to be eaten in one house. לא תוציא מן הבית מן הבשר. Okay, you should not take any of the meat out of the house, chutza, to the outside, ועצם לא תשברו בו, and you shall not break any bones in it. So basically, it has to be treated with great reverence. It's not just a lamb burger, okay, or a goat burger. You can actually take, I think, of the goats, if I remember correctly, for the Passover sacrifice. You have to eat it in the house. You're not going to take it outside and eat it in the backyard. That would be disrespectful. Also, remember, this is commemorating how the Israelites were waiting inside the house. They were waiting inside the houses so that they wouldn't be destroyed by the destroyer who came, or by God's angel when he came and destroyed the firstborn of the Egyptians. So you eat it in one house. I think that is very possibly the reason there. You don't take it outside of the house, okay, and you don't break any of the bones. Okay, it's kind of holy, so you don't just break the bones. The bones are you're supposed to treat it with reverence. It's not just a beef burger or a lamb burger. It's a commemoration of what Yahweh did for the children of Israel. Okay, verse 47. Kol adat Yisrael yaseoto. So all of the adat, okay, adat, I'm usually translating as the witnessing community, coming from probably from the word eid. Although I think we saw that there might be another etymology for it, but probably from the word eid. So basically, they usually translate as a congregation. Okay, so all of the congregation of Israel, yasuoto, she'll do it. Okay, it's a requirement. You must bring the Passover sacrifice. It's not optional. Okay, it's an absolute requirement. Okay, and this would include the gerim. Perhaps, although the language here I think is a little bit ambiguous. So let's get to verse 48. So now a ger is a naturalized citizen, right? So we have an ezrach. An ezrach is a patrilineal descendant of Jacob. We have a ger. A ger is a naturalized citizen, someone who comes from another nation, but decides, I want to be a permanent part of Israel. I want to be part of this nation. He comes, lives in Israel, circumcises, and basically throws his lot in with the people of Israel. That's a ger. We have a toshav, someone who lives in the land of Israel, but has decided he does not want to be part of the nation of Israel. That again is a green card holder. So this is someone who's a naturalized citizen. This is a green card holder, and then a sachir is a seasonal or day laborer, and that is a work visa, someone who's in the United States or in Israel on a work visa, basically. Okay, so v'chi yagor itchager. So if you have a ger that lives with you, v'asab pesach liyahweh, and he wishes to bring the Passover sacrifice to Yahweh. Okay, and again, it's not saying he must. Okay, it's saying if he wishes, the asa. So this is the future tense. The because we have the vav hifuch. So basically, the vav, the conversive vav. I think they call it the vav conservative, conversive. I can't remember. I always call it conversive vav. Okay, or the vav hifuch. It changes the past to the future, or the future to the past, but more correctly, it changes the imperfect to the perfect, to the perfect to the imperfect. So here we have, no, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It does not do that. It changes the past to the future to the past. So in this case, we have a perfect verb, which is asa, and we have a vav, so it would be past if we didn't have the vav before it. So I don't want to get bogged down here. Okay, basically it means if a ger wants to bring the Passover sacrifice, himolo kol zachar. He has to then, if he wants to bring the Passover sacrifice. So I guess the question is, does he have to bring the Passover sacrifice? Okay, and there's a lot to say about this, and I don't want to get bogged down on here. But at any rate, if he wants to bring the Passover sacrifice, and he circumcises all of the males in his household, okay. So basically, this is kind of his entrance into the nation of Israel, right? So by circumcising, he basically becomes part of the nation of Israel. So when it says, we could talk about this for hours, but very, very briefly, the way I understand this is, okay? So someone lives among you who wants to become a ger, this is how he becomes a ger, okay? He doesn't become a ger by bringing the Passover sacrifice, as some Karaites say. I strongly disagree with that, okay? It's if he wants to bring the Passover sacrifice, he becomes a ger by circumcising himself and all the males in his household, and then he may bring the Passover sacrifice. Perhaps at that point, maybe he has to bring the Passover sacrifice, okay, because it's obligatory. But it's not the Passover sacrifice that makes him a ger; it's the circumcision that makes him a ger. But at that point, he is now part of the nation of Israel, right? Because it says, where do we see it? Okay, called Eved Ish. Okay, 1 second. Right. At any rate, so at that point now he can or must bring the Passover sacrifice. Okay, at that point, after he circumcises himself and all his household, he is now a ger, and now he's obligated to bring the Passover sacrifice. Okay, but it doesn't mean, as some Karaites, in my opinion, incorrectly state, that bringing the Passover sacrifice is part of the ceremony of becoming a ger. Okay, that would mean that someone can only become a ger, on the 14th day, Bena Arba'im, or on the beginning of the 15th day of the first month, and that's not the case. He can become a ger in the middle of the summer by circumcising himself and his family, but that just means that when the next Passover rolls around, he's now obligated as part of the nation of Israel to bring the Passover sacrifice. Okay, then he may come close, or then he may bring the Passover sacrifice. And he shall be like the native born of the land. Okay, and this has usually been mistakenly, in my opinion, by certain Karaites, mistakenly been interpreted as a statement that all of the laws that apply to the ger that apply to Israel now apply to the ger. This becomes matrilineal disrach haaretz, and he shall be like a native born of the land. This means with respect to the Passover sacrifice, and that'll be clarified in the next verse. And anyone who's uncircumcised shall not eat of it. And that's really the bottom line. If you are not circumcised, you are not allowed anywhere near the Passover sacrifice. The Passover sacrifice is only for circumcised people. We saw that with the slave, the Eved. First, he has to be circumcised. Okay. We saw that with the ger. Okay. He has to circumcise himself and his entire household. Then he may bring it. Okay. But if you're uncircumcised, you may not bring it, and that would apply to the other statuses. Ben Nechar, a total foreigner who has no connection whatsoever with the nation of Israel. A Toshav, who is a green card holder, and a Sachir, who is a work visa holder. Okay, they're not a permanent part of the nation of Israel. They have ostensibly not circumcised, okay, because that is basically the shall we say the initiation ceremony into the nation of Israel, right? It's not that different from many initiation ceremonies that you'll see. Oh wow, around the world, right? You'll see in many cultures, right? I think they usually point out many cultures in Africa that you have all these kinds of rites of passage ceremonies, right? In some tribes, I think they're stabbed in the ribs. In others, they're circumcised. All kinds of various things. That's your initiation in that tribe to manhood after you're circumcised. Among the Arabs, right? The Arabs or the Muslims are circumcised at the age of 13. That's like their initiation. That's their rite of passage ceremony. Okay. So there's no such thing as a rite of passage ceremony from boyhood to manhood in Judaism, or I should say in the Torah. In Judaism, they invented the bar mitzvah, okay, which is a nice idea. I guess 13 is the right age to do it. Because that's when a person becomes aware of certain things that he or she was not aware of beforehand. But at any rate, there's no explicit rite of passage from boyhood to manhood in the Torah. Okay, but there is a rite of passage between being a non-Israelite to being an Israelite, and that is the affixing of the sign on the body, meaning the circumcision. Okay, so the initiation ceremony into the nation of Israel is the circumcision. It is not, in my strong opinion, as some Karaites say, it is not the bringing of the Passover sacrifice. You don't bring the Passover sacrifice to become a ger as part of your conversion ceremony. Not that we can do it now anyway. It just means that once you have done the conversion ceremony, once you have passed the initiation rite, which is circumcision, then you may or you must actually bring the Passover sacrifice, because you have now the same status as the Eved who's been circumcised, okay? And you have the same status as the native-born Israelite who must bring the Passover sacrifice. You, as a ger, or one as a ger, who has then circumcised himself, he now is part of the nation of Israel. He must bring the Passover sacrifice. Okay, and he shall be like the native-born of the land. Again, not a blanket statement, meaning with regard to the Passover sacrifice, right? And we know that everyone must bring the Passover sacrifice. Okay? Every Israelite must bring the Passover sacrifice. It's not a choice. Okay? It's an absolute obligation. Okay? If you're uncircumcised, you may not eat of it. Okay? You cannot bring or eat of the Passover sacrifice. Okay? What is that? Chocolate? Okay. Verse 49. Torah Ahad Yihye La Ezrah We Lager Hagar Bitochechem. Okay? So there shall be one Torah. There shall be one Torah. I'll just translate it kind of word for word first. Okay? Well, can you do that somewhere else, please? It's kind of making noise. Okay? Not at the table, please. Take it outside or something like that. All right? Just eat it outside. All right? Okay? And the tables, excuse me for 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So Torah has no age limits. Very cool. No, I wouldn't say that. The Torah does have an age limit, and that age limit seems to be 20. That seems to be the border between being considered a child and adult. Not 13, but actually 20. I'm not going to get into that right now, but there are a number of places where it says the difference between knowing right and wrong, or those who did not, those who knew right and wrong, and that is 20 or above. We see that as the generation that was killed off in the desert versus those who were allowed to enter into the land of Israel. It says that those who were above the age of 20 and who knew right and wrong, they were after the sin of the spies, they were to die in the desert. But the younger ones, the next generation who were under the age of 20, they were allowed to enter into the land of Israel. And there are a couple of other references to this idea of knowing the difference between right and wrong. And the Torah actually seems to put this age at 20, not at 13. Okay, now this is not entirely foreign to our experience in the Western world, say as Americans, right? We know that people can be tried as juveniles or they can be tried as adults, right? Usually the big cutoff in the United States of America, which is kind of arbitrary in my opinion, is 18. Okay, if you are 17 years old and 17 years and 364 days old, you're a child. If you're 18 years old in one day, now all of a sudden you're magically an adult. But I guess there has to be some cutoff point. So 20 is what is 20 in the Torah is like 18 in the United States, right? So if you're under the age of 18 in the United States and you murder someone, then very often you're put on trial not as an adult but as a juvenile, and as a juvenile, the punishments are much less harsh, obviously, right? And the reasoning there is similar to the reasoning in the Torah, which is that this is a child. You don't really know better at that point, right? You cannot be held fully responsible at the age of 14. Okay, now I'm not going to argue the political point. Some would say that already at that age you should know. Okay, and everyone at that age who should be tried already as an adult. But let's not talk about murder. That's already an extreme case. Let's say talk about shoplifting, right? You don't want to treat a 13-year-old who shoplifts with the same level of harshness that you would treat, let's say, a 45-year-old who shoplifts, right? So there's this idea already in American jurisprudence or in Western jurisprudence that there is a difference between that there is this idea of this person was not old enough to really know the difference between right and wrong, so we can't give them the same punishment as someone who should know better, right? It's the same idea in the Torah. The phrase that's used there is knowing the difference, or is knowing right and wrong, knowing good and evil, basically. And that age in the Torah seems to be 20, okay, not 13. Okay, getting back to what we were saying here. So verse 49 says, Torah echad ye'eh la'ezrach u'lager hagar b'tochachem. There shall be one Torah for the Ezrach and the ger who lives, or who has become a part of you, who sojourns, who lives among you. Okay, and this seems to be so. Torah echad, one Torah shall be for the Ezrach. The Ezrach is the native born. Okay, I've heard a number of different definitions for the native born, but my opinion of what this means is someone who can trace his fatherly lineage back to Jacob. Okay, that is an Ezrach. And the ger, we already know what that is. That's someone who decides to throw in his lot permanently with the nation of Israel, and then becomes a ger by going through this initiation ceremony, this rite of passage, which is the circumcision. Okay, which is the permanent marking of his body with the sign of the covenant between Israel and Yahweh. Okay, so and then it says for those two, the Ezrach, the native-born Israelite, and the ger, there is one Torah, Torah echad. Okay, so it would seem like we're talking about a single Torah, right? The whole Torah applies to the ger as it does to the Ezrach. There's no distinction between the ger and the Ezrach, except there's only one problem here. We know that the word Torah almost always in the Torah does not mean the entire Torah, what we call the Torah. It means a set of instructions, right? These are the instructions for bringing of the fire offering or bringing of the burnt offerings. These are the instructions for what happens if you get leprosy. Okay, these are the instructions. It always uses the word. This is the instruction. Ele zot haTorah. Okay, this is the Torah. Okay, we could take a very distinct example or a very specific example. Let's see. Let me find one. Here, Leviticus 6:14. Okay. 6:14. So these are the laws. We just studied this a couple of weeks ago. These are the laws of the grain offering. And what does it say? Verse 14. Okay. Vizot Torat Hamincha. This is the Torah of the Hamincha, of the grain offering. This is the instructions. This is the set of instructions for the grain offering. Okay. So the word Torah almost always, or most of the time, does not mean the entirety of what we call the Torah. Today, it means set of instructions. Okay. Now, if we take that understanding and bring it back here, when it says Torah echad ye'ela ezrach uleger agar b'tochachem, okay, the logical conclusion, what instructions have we just gotten? We've just had a bunch of verses regarding, even more than that, actually. All of this is really, a lot of Exodus 12 is the instructions for the first Passover and the laws for Hag HaMazoth. But here, specifically from verses 43 to 48, we get detailed instructions regarding the Passover sacrifice, right? Regarding the Passover sacrifice. You're not allowed to take it outside of your house. You're not allowed to break the bones of it. If you're not circumcised, you're not allowed to eat from it, etc., etc. Okay? And here it says Torah Echad. So it doesn't mean a whole Torah. That's not what it means here. The context is clearly the set of instructions we just learned. These instructions here apply the same to the Ezrach, to the native born, as they do to the ger. And that's what this means. This is not a blanket statement saying that the ger now becomes indistinguishable from the Ezrach. Okay, I've spoken about this many, many times. That would not be logical, because one of the things that we could see throughout the entire Tanakh is that lineage is extremely, extremely important, and there's a lot of time and effort spent to delineating the lineages of people, and what your lineage is determines, in a sense, what your status is within the nation of Israel and what your position is in the nation of Israel. It's like an army, okay? Are you a private? Are you a sergeant? Are you a lieutenant? Are you general? That's just the way it is, okay? It may not be a comfortable thought to some people who would like to say there's no distinction between okay, get to that in a second. It may not be a pleasant thought in this day and age, right? We all want to think, well, this is the same status, but there's clearly a very clear awareness of one's lineage, one's status within the nation of Israel, just as one's rank in the army. It's almost like a rank in the army. We even see this, forget about between Ezrachim and Gerim, native born and what we'll call converts. Okay, you can even see this among the children of Jacob, right? There are those who have a higher status and those who have a lower status. That's just the way it is. Joseph has the highest status. Okay, after that, then you have the children of Leah, specifically Judah. Okay, Shimon, Levi, and the other children of Leah. And then after that, you have the children of the concubines. The bottom line is they just have a lower status, and you can see this by the land inheritance that they get. You can see this by their positioning around the when the tribes are positioned around the tabernacle, which we will get to. Okay, this is all points to the fact that status and one's lineage is extremely, extremely important within the nation of Israel. So it does not make any sense to say that all of a sudden, that when someone becomes a ger, that someone circumcises themselves and makes themselves a permanent part of the nation of Israel, that suddenly they're indistinguishable in every single way from the native born Israel. They're kind of like adopted sons. Okay, I always like to call it concentric circles. Okay, there's the center of the circle of Israel, and those would be the Kohanim, the Levites, the tribes of Joseph, Manasseh and Ephraim, in particular Ephraim. There is the tribe of Judah, who got the kingship who got the permanent kingship over Israel, right? Those are all kind of in the middle of the concentric circle, and then as you move out, you get the other sons of Leah, and then you get the sons of the concubines, and then on the outer portion of the concentric circle, you get the Gerim, those who decided to join themselves with the nation of Israel. Yes, they're all part of the nation of Israel, but there's a hierarchy, there's a status, and there's a very, very clear awareness of one's position, rank, status, and lineage within the nation of Israel. Okay, so that all being said, okay. Shalom, you keep calling the Pesach a sacrifice. So was it a sacrifice or just slaughtering of a lamb or a goat? I never knew that Yahweh called it a sacrifice, just asking. Okay, so I don't think it's ever called korban, which is the word for sacrifice. You are correct about that. At least I don't think so. Not that I remember offhand. But on the other hand, the Passover sacrifice was not slaughtered in the houses by each individual, right? One second. I guess it does say, do not take it out of the house. I'd have to really rethink that, to be honest, because I'd always assumed that the Passover sacrifice was brought at the temple or at the tabernacle. But maybe that's actually not the case. Maybe the Passover sacrifice is just something you do in your own house, right? Because it says don't bring it out of the house. I'm going to have to restudy that and really rethink that. Okay? So maybe it is not technically called a korban. Let me just see something here. Pesach. One second. Pesach. That's all this. So Pesach. Well, here it is called it's called the slaughtering, right? But that's kind of a word for Passover sacrifice. Arba'im Pesach Yahweh, Yisrael et Pesach b'moedo, Yisrael לעשות Pesach יעשו, שם בארבע יכלו לעשות Pesach ביום ההוא. Yeah, I guess Yoshi Ben, you might very well be right. I'm gonna restudy this on my own. Okay, for some reason I'd always assumed it was brought to the temple, but it actually never made sense to me, because you would just have hundreds of thousands of people, or however many came up to Jerusalem. They'd all be in line to have the Kohen slaughter the Passover sacrifice, and it all had to be done Bena Arba'im, between sunset and total darkness, which doesn't seem enough time to do it. So I guess I'm going to restudy it and I will rethink it. But I guess it makes more sense now that you mention it, that this is something that people just do in their house on between sunset on the 14th and total darkness, or at the end of the 14th day of the first month, I should say, the beginning of the 15th day of the first month, and total darkness. They do it in their house, and it's not actually a korban in the sense of the word korban means to bring close to, in other words, to bring it to the altar, that is actually not slaughtered on the altar. Okay, I'm going to look into that more myself, but thank you for bringing that up. Okay, it was done in your own gates. Okay, so do you, Halalu, do you have a, your real name again is, I don't know why I'm forgetting it. Desiree, do you have a proof verse that it was done in your own gates? Okay, we'll go ahead. I'm going to look into it again on my own, but it does, now that you think of it, make more sense. There are certain blind spots just because I learn in rabbinical yeshivas, and so they teach that it was all brought to the temple as a regular korban. But now that I'm reading it, and now that you pointed out, it seems to make a lot more sense. Because again, the first Passover slaughter, the first Passover, we won't even call it a sacrifice. The first Passover it's explicit, right? That you take the seh, you take the lamb or the goat on the 10th day of the first month, you bring it into your house, or you select it, you slaughter it, and it's eaten in the house. It's not brought to a central place, right? So it would make sense that in the following Passovers, right, which is a commemoration of the first Passover, that is not brought to the tabernacle or to the temple, and each person does it in their own house. Okay, all right, let's move on. And thank you for pointing that out. That might have just been a blind spot that I have not been able to see until now. Okay. All right. So if anyone wants to find an explicit verse proving one way or another, but now that I think about it, it does make much more sense that way. And it's something that never made sense to me, that you can have just a long line of, let's say, hundreds of thousands of Israelites just waiting to have the Passover sacrifice slaughtered at the tabernacle or at the temple, Bena Arba'im, between sunset and total darkness. It just never made sense to me. This makes a lot more sense. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so let's move on. At any rate, so what I'm saying is Torah achad yeh le'ezrach u'leger hagar b'tochachem. There should be one set of instructions. It doesn't mean the entire Torah is the same for the ger and the ezrach. What it means, or that there's no distinction in status between the ger and the ezrach. What it means is that the laws regarding the Passover sacrifice, these laws apply the same to the ger as they do to the ezrach. Okay? All right. And there is one Karaite, I won't even dignify it by mentioning his name, but if you know him, you know him. He goes out and he teaches that once you circumcise and bring the Passover sacrifice, that you are now indistinguishable from it. There is no distinction between a ger and an ezrach at that point. And I strongly, strongly disagree. He interprets this word Torah here to mean the entire Torah. Again, I think that's a very, very misguided understanding. Okay, verse 50. Yasu kol b'nei Yisrael kasher tziwa Yahweh et Moshe. Wait, Aaron ken asu. So all of the children of Israel did it. Okay, and then the Exodus happened. Okay, so alrighty. So where were we? We were here. We are on page 7 of the Haggadah. I'll again, for those who came and don't have access to the Haggadah, let me print the link again. Let's see here. How do I do this? Do it from here. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so we're going through the Passover Haggadah, and here's the link to the Haggadah. Okay, I just put it in the comments. All right, so Exodus 13 mentions the month of the Aviv and gives further details regarding the festival of unleavened bread. And here, picture says Aviv barley. Aviv in modern Hebrew means springtime, but in the Torah it refers to a particular stage in the ripening of grasses from the wheat family, particularly barley. The month of the Aviv is the month in which the children of Israel exited Egypt. Above, the picture shows ripening barley covering a hillside outside of Jerusalem, photographed on 25 February 2019 in Sataf, Israel. Okay, so yes, if you could see entire hills just covered with barley in February, usually kind of like mid to end February or beginning of March. And that's just outside of Jerusalem in 2019. That's all barley. And by the way, the word for barley in Hebrew is se'orah. Se'orah is related to the word se'ar, which means hair. And if you know how the barley plant looks, appears, or you can even see it in the picture here, that it has like these long hairs coming out of it, and that is why it is called se'orah. It means like hairy wheat, I guess you could translate it as, okay, or hairy grass. Okay, so we are now in Exodus 13. We're going verses 3 through 10. So Exodus 13, 3 through 10. Before we do that, are there any questions, any comments? Anybody? No? Okay, then let's move on. We're in Exodus 13, 3 through 10. Okay, verse 3. ויאמר משה אל העם, זכור את היום הזה אשר יצאתם ממצרים מבית עבדים, כי בחזק יד הוציא יהוה אתכם מזה ולא יאכל חמץ. You know what? I'm going to take a break from the biblical accent for 1 week because it's just easier for me to read with a modern Hebrew accent. Okay, so Yomer Moshe el Am. So Moshe said to the people, Zachor et hayom hazeh, remember this day. Okay, as I've pointed out many times, this is the thing we're supposed to remember. This is the cementing or the beginning of, well, we'll say the cementing of the relationship between the nation of Israel and Yahweh, right? This is the thing that it defines our relationship, or that cements our relationship cements the relationship between Yahweh and his people as a nation, right? Yes, he had relationships with the patriarchs, promises he gave to the patriarchs, but as a nation, this is what defines our relationship with Yahweh. He comes and does this amazing thing for us before asking us pretty much to do anything, right? He saves us from Egypt and takes us out of Egypt and frees us from being their slaves, and we become his slaves instead, basically. But it's better to be God's slave than it is to be Egypt's slave, right? Okay, so right. So verse 3. ויאמר משה אל העם, זכור את היום הזה. Okay, remember this day, אשר יצאתם ממצרים, in which you came out of Egypt. Which day? We're talking very specifically, okay, about the 15th day of the first month at midnight. That's when the Israelites came out of Egypt. Mibeit avadim, from the house of slaves. Okay. Ki b'chozek yad hotzi Yahweh etchem mizeh. Because with a strong hand, Yahweh took you out of this. Out of what? Mizeh. This, the zeh, which means this, refers to this word here, bayit. Okay, from what? From this. This referring to the house of slaves. Okay, sometimes they translate this as the house of slavery or bondage, but many commentators will point out that it really means the house of slaves. Okay, the slave house. Okay. Okay. V'lo yechel chametz, and chametz shall not be eaten. Chametz is leavened bread. Leavened bread is a very, very specific thing. It is flour mixed with water, in other words, dough, with leavening agent added. Okay, leavening agent is concentrated organisms consisting of yeasts, different varieties of yeast or different species of yeasts and bacteria that are responsible for fermentation, and that is technically what they do. They eat the sugars in the dough, and they turn it basically into, well, I'd have to look up the process exactly, but basically two of the byproducts are alcohol and carbon dioxide. Okay, and that's why leavened bread becomes a little bit kind of sour or alcohol-y. It's the alcohol that's produced. Okay, and carbon dioxide is a gas. Okay, the carbon dioxide does not escape from the dough. The gluten, which is a protein in the wheat, is responsible for holding that dough together. And instead of when the yeast and the bacteria excrete, I think they excrete the carbon dioxide would be correct, or we'll just say produce the carbon dioxide, it gets trapped as a little gas bubble in the dough, and that's exactly how the dough rises. Okay, so if you do not have concentrated yeast and bacteria that will carry out fermentation within the dough, you will not be able to make that dough rise. You will not get leavened bread. Okay, that has to be done with the addition of a concentrated leavening agent. Okay, yeast, whether it's sourdough starter or commercial yeast that you buy, or in this day and age, we have baking powder and baking soda. Okay, they also are chemicals that produce carbon dioxide bubbles and that allow the dough to puff up. At any rate, if you do not have concentrated leavening agent, then the dough will not rise. It will not puff up. So if you just take water and mix it with flour and let it sit there, it won't rise. You can let it sit there for 18 minutes. You can let it sit there for an hour. You can let it sit there for a day. It will not rise. It may rise a tiny, 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 tiny drop, but without concentrated leavening agent, it just will not rise. And therefore, if you mix flour and water together and add whatever herbs and spices you want to add, or olive oil, or whatever, and you don't add leavening agent, you don't have to worry about 18 minutes. You don't have to, as the rabbis say, you don't have to, they say you have to have that unleavened bread or that unleavened dough in the oven within 18 minutes or it's going to start to rise. That's baloney. If it does not have a concentrated leavening agent, it will not rise. It is not chametz. And that's why the component, or the shall we say the sister substance of chametz, is the seor. Seor is the leavening agent, and that's why we have to remove all the seor from our house, because we don't want to, by mistake or on purpose or in a moment of weakness or even symbolically, we don't want that leavening agent in there, because if we don't have leavening agent, we cannot have chametz. Okay, so that means right. And where's okay, Deuteronomy 16, 1-8. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at this again on my own. Okay, so I don't want to get sidetracked on it right now. All right. So at any rate, but thank you, Deuteronomy 16, 1-8. All right. So so as I pointed out in the Passover Q&A, and I won't stick on this very much right now, but I'll just mention it. Things like pasta. Okay, you can go to the supermarket during Passover and you can buy a bag of pasta. It is not chametz. Okay, because there's no leavening agent in pasta. How is pasta made? I've made pasta from scratch many, many times on my own. Unless you're getting some weird specialty pasta, okay, then the way pasta is made is it's flour and water. It's mixed into a dough. It's rolled out, okay, thin, or there are machines that make it shapes, turn it into shapes like spirals or whatever the case may be, and it's left to dry. That's all pasta is. There's no leavening agent in pasta. It's basically flour and water. And if you take a bag of pasta and look on the back, any just regular pasta that you buy in the store, you'll see there are usually only 2 ingredients, and that's going to be, sometimes they don't even list the water at all. I guess they usually don't. There's only 1 ingredient, and it usually just says durum wheat. Okay, just hard wheat is all that means. That's the type of wheat they use. It just means the wheat seed is very hard. That's it. Okay. Sometimes if you get more traditional pasta, there may be eggs added to it, right? Like egg noodles or something like that. And yes, you can claim maybe that eggs are going to fluff up the dough, but they're not going to make it rise. There's no fermentation that's going on. It's not like a leavening agent. Eggs are not a leavening agent. Yes, they do add volume, right? Which is why if you make like a souffle or something like that, then it's going to puff up, right? But eggs are not a leavening agent. They don't cause the process of fermentation to be carried out in a way that a concentrated leavening agent was. Okay, so if it does not have a leavening agent, or in biblical Hebrew, in modern days, sourdough starter, yeast, baking powder, or baking soda, it will not be chametz. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so for 7 days you should not eat leavened bread. Verse 4, Hayom atem yotzim b'chodesh aviv. Okay, today you're going out in the month of the Aviv. Okay, so we know that we left Egypt in the month of the Aviv. We know that Passover occurs, or shall I say Chag HaMazoth, the Passover sacrifice and Chag HaMazoth occur in the month of the Aviv. And we've spoken extensively in other places and other times what the Aviv is, right? It means basically the ripening barley. Okay, when the barley is almost ripe, that's the month that Israel goes out of Egypt. Okay. All righty, verse 5. V'haya ki yevi echa Yahweh el eretz hakina'ani v'hachiti v'ha mori v'hahiwi v'hayibusi אשר נשבע לאבותיך לתת לך ארץ זבת חלב ודבש, ועבדת את העבודה הזאת בחודש הזה. So it shall be when Yahweh brings you to the land of the, now we have a list of the nations, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, right, which David conquered from, which David conquered Jerusalem from. Okay, so these different nations. Okay, Asher nishbal avotecha, which he swore to your fathers, right, talking about the land. Okay, the Teitlach, Eretz Zavat Halav Udvash, to give you a land flowing with milk and honey. V'avarta et avodah hazot b'chodesh hazeh. You shall keep this. You shall do this service in this month. Okay. So you shall do this service in this month. What service shall you do? We're going to find out now. Verse 6. Okay. Shiv'at yamim tochal matzot u'biyom hashvi'i hag liyahweh. For 7 days you shall eat only unleavened bread. U'biyom hashvi'i hag liyahweh. And on the 7th day is a festival to Yahweh. Okay. Verse 7. Matzot ya'achel את שבעת הימים ולא יראה לך חמץ ולא יראה לך שעור בכל גבוליך. So matzot shall be eaten for these 7 days. ולא יראה לך חמץ, and leavened bread shall not be seen. ולא יראה לך שעור, and leavening agent, sourdough starter, leavening agent, yeast shall not be seen בכל גבוליך, throughout all of your borders. Okay? Shall not be seen. That would imply maybe that you don't have to completely destroy it, but that you could just hide it away in a place that it cannot be seen. Although I think it's better to destroy it. I think it's a bit ambiguous, but one could make a claim that the chametz and the seor do not have to actually be destroyed before Passover. They can just be squirreled away somewhere, out of sight, out of mind. I like to destroy all of my chametz and leavening agents before Passover, but I don't always do it because I don't like to waste. As I mentioned in the Passover Q&A, I really don't like to waste. So if I just can't bring myself to do it, I'll just take it. I'll put it in a bag or a box. I'll put it somewhere outside of the house, like in the garage or something like that, and just leave it. Okay, verse 8. Wa higadeta levincha bayom hahu lemor ba'avur zeh asa Yahweh li batzeti mimitzrayim. Okay. And you shall tell. Now this is where we get the commandment for the Passover Seder. You shall tell to your son, okay, to your children, Bayomahu, on that day, saying La Amur, okay, Ba'avur zeh asa Yahweh li, because of this which Yahweh did for me, b'tzeti mimitzrayim, when I went out of Egypt. Okay. Let me just get a translation on this one. This is Exodus 13:8. 1 second. Just want to see how Robert Alter deals with that one. So he says, for the sake of what the Lord did for me when I went out of Egypt. Okay. Okay, fine. And let me see how Everett Fox translates that one. 6:3. Okay. So again, where are we? We're in Exodus 13:8. Okay, Exodus 13:8. And you shall tell your child on that day, saying, it is because of what Yahweh did for me when I went out of Egypt. Okay. Fine. Okay. So this is the right. This is the where we get the commandment. This is where the rabbis get the idea of the Seder. Okay. I don't think it's an explicit commandment for Seder. I mean, I think the Seder is a very nice idea. I love the Passover Seder, as I mentioned earlier. But the idea is that when you're doing right, in other words, it is almost kind of like they say in the rabbinical Haggadah, right? Why are you eating, right? You're eating matzah, right? So we usually eat bread. And then for 7 days, we're eating unleavened bread, right? And your children come to you and they say, why are we not eating bread? Right? So that's like the opening to explain to them why we're not eating bread. Okay. So you shall say to your son on that day, right? And I think this is just talking about on Passover in general, or maybe on the first day of Passover. Okay. Because of that which Yahweh did for me when I went out of Egypt, right? That's why I'm not eating leavened bread, because of it's an opportunity to say to your son, oh, the reason we're not eating bread this week is because of what God did for us. God did for me when I went out of Egypt, or what God did for us when we went out of Egypt. Okay. And then it's a way to tell your children of what God did for the children of Israel when going out to Egypt. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any comments? Okay. And by the way, here it says the verb here is vihigadata. Okay, you shall tell, or you shall retell, or you shall recite, or you shall explain to your children on that day, right? Higadata. That's the same word as the Haggadah, right? The Haggadah is the telling of the Passover story, because you shall tell your son on that day, or you shall tell your children on that day, etc. Okay, verse 9. Wait, were we only going up to 8? No, we're going up to 10. Okay, v'haya lecha leot al yadcha u'lezikaron ben einecha. One second. Right, and here's something very interesting. V'haya lecha leot al yadcha u'lezikaron ben einecha. Okay, and this shall be for you as a sign on your hand, and as a remembrance between your eyes. What shall be? Okay, this is usually the verse that the rabbis interpret as tefillin, right? What sign on your hands, and what sign on your hands, and what remembrance between your eyes, right? These are the tefillin verses, right? That we usually see in Deuteronomy 4, right? Deuteronomy 4, Deuteronomy 6, wherever the Shema is. I think Deuteronomy. Let's forget if it's 4 or 6. It's either 6:4 or 4:6. Let's see. I think it's 4. No, 6. Right? So 1 second, let's find it. Okay. So Deuteronomy 6:8, Shatem leot al yadecha ve'ayu letotafot bein einecha. Okay. This is usually what the rabbis interpret as tefillin. Of course, we as Karaites, or just as forget if you're a Karaite or not, if you understand the language of the Torah, it's clear that this is not talking about taking boxes and affixing it to your body. That this is symbolically saying that these words, okay, the words of the commandments of the Torah, right? You shall take them and you shall, figuratively speaking, bind them to yourselves, bind them to your hand, and put them between your eyes. Okay, it's a figurative phrase. Okay, and it's the same phrase here in Exodus 13:9. So what is it referring to here? It's not talking about the words of the Torah. It's talking about excuse me, it's talking about the eating of unleavened bread for 7 days. Okay, this is the sign. Okay, this becomes like a sign on your hand and a remembrance between your eyes. And by the way, the word here is zikaron. In Deuteronomy 6:8, the word is totafot, which would imply that the word totafot is the same as the word, or means similar to the word zikaron, because nobody really knows what the word totafot is, but it's completely logical to assume that's similar to a remembrance, like I don't know, a piece of something that you would put on your eyes to, as a sign, like someone might put a tattoo on their arm to remember when they went to Thailand or something like that, right? That would be if they put it between the eyes, that would be a zikaron beinenecha. That would be a sign, a remembrance between your eyes, right? But here it's meant figuratively, okay? The sign on your hands and the remembrance between your eyes is what? Is the eating of the matzah for 7 days, okay? Just like here, what is the sign that you're tying to your hands, and that the remembrance you're putting between your eyes? Okay, it's hadvarima ela she'anochi mitzavacha hayom. Okay, it's the words that I'm commanding to you today. Okay, by keeping those words, or by remembering those words. Okay, basically by remembering the commandments of the Torah. Okay, that is now becomes a sign. Okay, that of the covenant between you and God. It's as if you're putting that sign on your hand, right? Tattooing it on your hand, figuratively speaking, or placing it between your eyes, right? Tattooing it on your forehead, or placing some piece of jewelry to remind you of it, right? There it's speaking about the words of the Torah. Here it's speaking about the eating of the matzah, the eating of the unleavened bread for 7 days, okay? It's a sign on your hands, on your arm, on your hand, and a remembrance between your eyes, right? This sign, and the sign always basically means something external that's possible to see in this real, I won't say the real world, but in the physical world. Okay, so here it's the eating of the unleavened bread for 7 days, right? It's something that's visible, right? Your son is going to see it. Your children are going to see it. They're going to say, "Why are we eating? Why are we not eating hamburger buns? Why are we not going to kosher Burger King today with the hamburger buns?" Right? It's something that can be outwardly seen, and then you will explain to your son on that day, it's because of what God did for me when I came out of Egypt. That's why we eat unleavened bread, and that's the sign. The eating of the unleavened bread is a sign, right? Just like the circumcision it's also called a sign. The Shabbat is called a sign, right? By keeping the Shabbat, this is a sign of the covenant between God, between Yahweh and Israel, right? Other nations will see, or we ourselves will see, right, that we're doing something different on Shabbat than we do on the other days, right? We're treating that day special. That's a sign, an outwardly visible sign. Okay, the sign of circumcision is an outwardly visible sign. Okay, it's not outwardly visible because we're not walking around without clothes on, at least if we're not living in San Francisco or something like that. But it's a visible sign on our body that is a symbol. That's a sign of the covenant between Yahweh and Israel, right? So here, the eating of the matzah for 7 days is an outwardly visible sign that we can see and that everyone could see of the exodus of Egypt, right? So it becomes a sign on our hands and a remembrance between our eyes. This is a phrase, okay? This is a poetic phrase, or shall we say an idiom that's used many times throughout the Torah, and it basically always means the same thing, right? It means an outward sign that it's as if it's like a jewelry or a tattoo or some kind of remembrance that's affixed to your body. It doesn't mean literally to take something and affix it to your body. It's a phrase. It's a poetic, or it's a poetic phrase. Okay. All right. Lima'an ti'eh Torat Yahweh b'ficha, in order that the instructions of Yahweh shall be in your mouth. Okay. Ki biyad Yahweh mimitzrayim, because with a strong hand Yahweh took you out of Egypt. Okay, v'shamat et hachukah azot l'mo'ada miyamim yamima, and shall keep this law in its correct time, in its appointed time. Miyamim yamima literally means from day to day, or from days to days. But really what it means is year to year. Okay, so in other words, each year for 7 days, we eat unleavened bread. Okay, this becomes an outward sign that everyone can see, that our children can see, that the entire nation of Israel can see, that even the other nations can see, and therefore our children will come to us and say, why are we not eating leavened bread today? And then we can explain to them the Passover story, the story of the Exodus from Egypt. And this becomes the sign that is affixed to the eating of the unleavened bread for 7 days becomes a sign that's affixed, figuratively speaking, affixed to our arm, and and affixed to our forehead, affixed between our eyes. Okay. Any questions? Any comments? Anybody? Alrighty. So that's that. We're back in the Haggadah. We're on page 8. And we have here this picture. Rakefet, cyclamen, is one of the most beautiful wildflowers to blanket the land of Israel in the early springtime. And it sure is. The entire, especially around Jerusalem, all of the hills around Jerusalem, they become just covered with cyclamen, with rakefet. And it grows out of the rocks. It grows out of nooks and crannies. It's just absolutely beautiful. And it's really one of the signs of early spring in Israel. It usually comes out usually around December. And already by late spring, by February or March, it's already kind of dying off. But for December, January, it is, and maybe the first half of February, it's absolutely beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful flowers. They grow out of nooks and crannies between the rocks. Just gorgeous. Okay. Page 9, singing psalms before the Exodus stories. Lisbon David. Okay, so let me put on. This is a song. In fact, maybe what we'll do is let me take a break for 5 minutes or so. I'll put on a song or two. So we have here. Oops. So Psalm 23, Mizmor David. Let's see if we can find a good version of it. Oops. Okay, that one will probably work. Let's see how that goes. That's another day I left. Sorry.
מזמור לדוד, השם רואי לו פינו דשא ירביצני, על מי מנוחות ינהלני. נפשי ישובר, נפשי ישובר, יעני במעגלי צדק למען שמו. גם כי אלך לגיא צל מוות, לא אירא, כי אתה עמדי. שבטך ומשענתך, שבטך ומשענתך, המה ינחמוני. תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, נגד צורריי. ישנת בשמן ראשי, ישנת בשמן ראשי, ישנת בשמן ראשי, כוסי רוויה. אך טוב החסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושמרני ושבתי לבית השם, ושבתי לבית השם לאורך ימים.
Okay, so let's see. The next psalm in the Passover Haggadah is, well, let me bring it back to this. Okay. So that was that. So here's a beautiful picture of a sheep following their shepherd, again in Karaites in Jerusalem. This picture we took down by the near the Dead Sea in En Gedi. There's a kibbutz En Gedi there. And these were just a bunch of wild ibex that you can see a lot around the Dead Sea and the En Gedi region, grazing out in a field of an orchard of date palms. Okay. So now we have Psalm 113. Let me see if I can find a nice version of Psalm 113. Let's see here. Okay. This one, I don't know. Okay, we could give this one a shot. Let's see how that works. One second. Mm-mm. All right. I don't think I'm going to find a good melody for that one. So let me see if we can just go on to the next one. And now we're up to the telling of the Passover story. All right. Let me put one more song on, and then we will begin the telling of the Passover story. So we are now going to be on page 12 of the Haggadah. Let me find a nice song to put on. I'll go to this again. Israel. Okay, let's see. Wow, this is always a beautiful one. Oh my God. One of my favorites of all time. All right. Yes.
אור ושמים הוא לבונה, לרגלך מבטא. ערב של שושנים, תצאנה אל הבוסתן, אור בסמים ולבונה, לרגלך מפתן. לילה יורד לאט, ברוח שושן נושבה, בהלכה שלך שיר בלט, זמר של אהבה. לילה יורד לאט, ברוח שושן נושבה, בהלכה שלך שיר בלט, זמר של אהבה. שחר הומה יומה, ראשך מעלה תללים, ריח אל הבוקר שושנה, הכתפנו לי. שחר הומה יומה, ראשך מעלה תללים, ריח אל הבוקר שושנה, הכתפנו לי. לילה יורד לאט, ברוח שושן נושבה, בהלכה שלך שיר בלט, זמר של אהבה. לילה יורד לאט, ברוח שושן נושבה, בהלכה שלך שיר בלט, זמר של אהבה, זמר של אהבה. חולות מדבר הביאו חומר דרך, רוח של הרים על הגבעות נשבה, ובא משאול להר וסעו עלמה בערב, ולחשים היו הם שיר של אהבה. ציפור לילית שורקה לשמי הליל, ושיח דוקרני מוצל בלהבה, על אבן של דרכים ישבו עלמה בערב, ולחשים היו הם שיר של אהבה. פנס השביל קבע דומם ברוח, אדם כי ליומו איגרת נכתבה, במעליה פסעו עלמה בערב, ולחשים היו הם שיר של אהבה. הקיץ היום משברונו של ליל, תם יום של שרב, הגיע יום סוער, ועל פסגת ההר.
All right, let's go back to study. Okay. All right. So we are now in, let's see, we're going to begin the Passover story. So, chapter 3, the telling of the Exodus story. Now we will tell the story of the Exodus of the children of Israel from Egypt, as we were commanded to do in Exodus 13:8. That's what we just read. On that day, tell your son, I do this because of what Yahweh did for me when I came out of Egypt. And these are red buttercups in the forest around Jerusalem. Another very prominent flower that one can see in the hills of Jerusalem in the springtime. Okay. We start in the book of Genesis with some important background information to the Exodus story. And this picture here, the full moon of the month of Aviv rises over a building in the classic Jerusalem style with arched windows and doorways. Photographed in Ein Kerem, Jerusalem, 16 April 2011. So this was actually taken on the first night of Passover in Ein Kerem, where I was living. Okay. So let's see what we got. We are going to be reading in Genesis 45, 4 through 10, just to get a little bit of background. So let's do that. So this is right after Joseph reveals himself, right here. Okay, very, one could say this is the climax of the entire book of Genesis, the revealing of Joseph to his brothers, right? And after that, everything kind of rolls downhill. I think that's called the denouement, right? The coming down off the mountain, denouement, the demountainizing, right? After that, everything rolls kind of towards its conclusion in the book of Genesis. So this is really the climax of the entire book of Genesis right here. In fact, ולא יכול יוסף להתעמק לכל את ניצבים אליו יקרא הוציא כל איש מאה ולא עמד איש איתו בהתוודע יוסף אל אחיו. Really, these verses right here, one could even say this verse right here, ויאמר יוסף אני אל אחיו אני יוסף העוד אבי חי. That is really right there. This verse is really the climax of the entire book of Genesis. Okay, at any rate, we're going to pick it up here. So this is right after Joseph reveals himself to his brothers, who, of course, had come down to buy grain. We have the whole story about how first the money was put back in their sacks, and then Joseph's special divining chalice was put in Benjamin's sack, and et cetera, right? We're not going to go through the whole story here, but we'll pick it up in Genesis 45, verse 4. Yomer Yosef el Ehau. Yosef said to his brothers, Gishu na elai, please, or come close to me. Yigshu, and they came close to him. Yomer ani Yosef achichem, I am Joseph, your brother. Asher machatem oti Mitzrayim, whom you sold to Egypt. Verse 5. Ve'ata al te'atzvu ve'al yihar be'enechem. כי מכרתם אותי הנה, כי למחיה שלחני אלוהים לפניכם. And now, do not be upset, do not be sad. Okay, atzuv is to be sad. Okay, do not be grieved. ואל יחר בעיניכם, and let it not make you angry in your eyes. In other words, don't be angry about it. Don't be sad and don't be angry, right? כי מכרתם אותי הנה. In other words, don't be sad or don't be angry about what you did to me, that you sold me to Egypt, right? Not a very nice thing to do, but don't worry about it, okay? Don't be sad, don't be angry over it. Because though you sold me here, though your intention was to sell me here, to keep us alive, or as a literally is a keeping alive, but we'll say to keep us alive, God sent me before you, okay? Elohim sent me before you. Verse 6, because for these 2 years, for these 2 years, there's been a famine in the land, in the midst of the land. And for another 5 years, in which there will be no plowing and there will be no harvesting. In other words, the agricultural cycle is going to stop, right, because of the famine. There's no agricultural cycle going on. Verse 7. וישלחני אלוהים לפניכם, לשום לכם שארית בארץ. And God, Elohim, sent me before you to place for you or to make for you, or to place for you a she'erit, a remainder, a remnant in the land. L'achayot lachem lefleta gedola, and to keep you alive for a great escape. Okay, basically, what I'll paraphrase. Basically, what Yosef is saying is that the reason that he was sent before them is so that they can remain alive. Okay, that's it in a nutshell, and to give them a place to flee when the famine came, meaning down to Egypt. Verse 8: Rata lo atem shalachtem oti, and behold, or now, you did not send me. Hena, you did not send me here. Ki ha Elohim, but God did. Okay, v'yisameni la'av leFaro, v'yisimeni, and he made me like a father to Pharaoh. Ula'adon lechol beito, and a master over all of his household. U'mashel b'chol eretz Mitzrayim, and a ruler over all of the land of Egypt. Okay. So again, this is just to okay, we're going to go on to verse 10. Okay, two more verses. Maharu ve'alu el avi, and hurry, go back up to my father. Ve'matem elav, and say to him, Kol amar b'ncha Yosef, so says your son Yosef. Samani Elohim la'adon lechol Mitzrayim, God has made me a master over all of Egypt. Rada elai, al ta'amod, come down to me. Don't tarry. Don't waste your time, or don't stay. Okay, verse 10. Yeshavta be'eretz Goshen, and you shall live in the land of Goshen. Va'ita karov elai, and you'll be close to me. Ata benecha, you and your sons, b'nei benecha, and the sons of your sons, tzoncha bekarcha, and your flocks and your cattle, v'chol asher lach, and all that, your flocks and your herds, v'chol asher lach, and all that you have. Okay. So again, this is just to give a little bit of background. Okay, to remember exactly how we got down to Egypt in the first place. It was a whole story with Joseph being sold by his brothers, Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, making his brothers jealous. His brothers throw him into a pit. Ishmaelites come by and eventually take him down or sell him in Egypt. And then he gets put in jail for 13 years. He comes out because he's able to solve the dreams of the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Actually, the baker and the cupbearer. And then he is brought. Then he is eventually, that is remembered. The one who survived, the cupbearer, reminds Pharaoh of that when Pharaoh has his dreams about the famines. He doesn't know what it is. Yosef is called out of jail. He's the only one able to correctly interpret the dreams. And then Pharaoh decides that since he is so wise to be able to interpret the dreams, that he's going to put him in charge of the whole dealing with the famine. And so Joseph rises to power. The brothers come down in Egypt. The brothers come down as the famine starts. The brothers come down looking for food because there's no more food in the land of Canaan. They come down. They have this encounter with Joseph. They don't know it's Joseph, and Joseph treats them very strangely, and again puts the money in their sacks, and then puts his special divining chalice in Benjamin's sack. And it looks like Benjamin is going to be kept as a slave, and eventually Yosef reveals himself, and this is what happens here. And then we have this speech right over here, and then it's seen that all of this was the hand of God to be able to give the Israelites, the growing family of Israel, a place to flee when the famine happened in the land of Canaan. Okay, so that's the background. All right. Now we go into Exodus. So as the English name of the book implies, Exodus is the story of the actual Exodus. And now it's, well, depending on how you count it, I always say it does say 400 years, but it's really 400 years, in my opinion, from the time that in Genesis 15 that of what's called the Bena Bitarim, the covenant of the split animals, the time that God originally promises to Abraham that his descendants will go down to Egypt, and eventually they'll be freed from Egypt. Okay, so we now go to Exodus chapter 1, Before we do, any questions, any comments? Anybody? No? All right, so we're in Exodus chapter 1. And it's going to be 1:8 through 14. Exodus 1:8 through 14. Okay. Verse 8. Okay, so obviously Joseph and the Israelites were in very good standing with that original Pharaoh a couple of generations back. But verse 8 says, Hakham Melech Hadash al Mitzrayim, a new king arose over Egypt, Asher lo yadat Yosef, who didn't know Yosef, literally, who didn't know of this Yosef, right? He had no affinity towards this Yosef guy, right? And this is a couple of generations later. This is now obviously in the generation of, when Moses is born, okay? So let's see. The father of Moses is Amram. The father of Amram is Kahat. The father of Kahat is Levi. So we're talking about, so Levi came down obviously with Jacob at the end of Genesis. Okay, so we're talking about Kahat is the next generation, one generation later. Then Amram is 2 generations later. Moses is 3 generations later. So we're talking about approximately 3 generations later. Okay. All right. Verse 9. V'yomer el amo, and he said to his people, in other words, this new Pharaoh said to his people, Hine am bnei Israel rav atzum mimenu. Behold, the children of Israel are great and powerful, or great and giant, more than us. In other words, they're greater than us. Okay, verse 10. Hava nit chakma lo pen yirbe haya ki tikara'ena milhama ونصاف جام هو al صنعينه ونلحم بانو وعلى مين هارس. Have nit chakmalo. Okay, let's get wise with these people. In other words, let's wise up regarding these people. Let's deal craftily. I think they usually translate it as, right? Let's figure out what to do about this problem, right? We have this nation that's living among us that is really growing. They're becoming greater in size than we are. And we have to get a little bit smart. We have to figure out a plan how to deal with these people. Pen yirbeh, lest they grow even greater, or lest they multiply even more. V'haya ki tikra'ena milchama, and it shall be when tikra'ena milchama, when a war comes, v'nosaf gamhu al sonenu, that they will also join our enemies. When nilcham banu, and they will fight against us, and they will go up from the land. Okay. Well, we could talk about it's completely understandable that he wouldn't want this fifth column within his nation, to join the enemies, but what is he worried about this alamina aretz, that they will go up from the land, right? Why does if there's such a problem, why not just, wouldn't he want them to leave? Well, apparently not. Why is not 100% clear. Shabbat Shalom Itan Evior. If we had more time and if this weren't the Haggadah, then maybe we could look at some various opinions. Maybe they were a good source of labor. Maybe, as the Jews often do, they brought, they positively affected the economy of Egypt. Not 100% clear. If I were Pharaoh, and maybe I would just want them the heck out of there. But he seems to be worried about 2 things. Number 1, that they're going to join their enemies, that they're a 5th column. But number 2, that they're going to leave the land, right? So he wants to keep them there, but he doesn't want any chance of them joining the enemies. And he certainly doesn't want them increasing in number to the point where they become threatened, right? So, right, verse 11. וישימו עליו שרי מיסים למען ענותו בסבלותם ויבן ערי מסכנות לפרעה את פתאום ואת רמסס. So they placed upon them, meaning the Egyptians placed upon the Israelites, שרי מיסים. So mas in modern Hebrew means taxes, but really what it means is conscription or forced labor. Okay, so he placed upon them masters over the forced labor. In other words, he conscripted them into forced labor. Okay, lema'an anoto b'sivlotam, in order to oppress them, or to, what's the word they use here, afflict them, b'sivlotam, with their burdens. Okay, Yiben arei miskanot leFaro, and they built, or he built, meaning the nation of Israel. Okay, because it's all in the singular. V'yasimu alav Yiben. Okay, so what are we talking about? We're talking about lo. This is all in the singular. Okay, Yomer amo hine am. So it's all referring back to this word am, the nation, right, or the people. Okay. At any rate, Pharaoh. So basically, to make a long story short, he put them to work building these arei miskanot, which is usually translated as storage cities, but no one really knows what the word miskanot means. But that's just an educated guess. And they're building these two storage cities, Pitom and Ramses. Remember, it says explicitly in the Exodus that they left Ramses and went out to Sukkot. Right, Ramses was the departure point of the children of Egypt out into the desert. It says so explicitly in Exodus 12. Look at that for a second. Oh, I got a better way to do that. So Exodus 12:37. Right, so this is the actual Exodus. Right, Israel traveled from Ramses towards Sukkot, approximately 600,000 men on foot, and not counting the children. Okay, so that was their departure point, right? So since they were living in Goshen, right, we know the plagues took place in Goshen, right? This is explicitly in a number of places, right? So, for instance, made a distinction between the where the Israelites were living, or between the land of Goshen and the rest of the land of Egypt, right? So Ramses is apparently in Goshen, right? That much we know, wherever it is, and there are different ideas of where Ramses actually is and what it is, but Ramses was somewhere in the land of Goshen, okay? Because that was the departure point for the Israelites. Okay, verse 12. Kasher yanu oto ken yirbeh, and the more they oppressed them, the more they afflicted them, the greater they increased the number. V'chen yifrotz, and the more they burst out of their seams, basically. Yakutzu mifnei bnei Israel, and they sprung back, or they went back, or they were in fear. They translate here, they were in dread before the children of Israel, meaning the Egyptians were terrified of the Israelites, right? They conscript them into forced labor. That doesn't suppress the Israelites. That somehow makes them grow even faster. And so the Egyptians were terrified of this, this foreign nation, right? What else is new? Nothing has changed, right? We come into these foreign nations, and the other nations never really seem to quite understand us. They always think something's up with us. What's with these people? They're involved in magic, or they're poisoning the wells, or they're stealing our children's blood and making matzah out of it. They never quite get us. And the other nations, no matter where we are, including the United States of America, are always terrified of us, right? In the United States of America, right? They constantly say how we rule everything, and we kind of do. I mean, that's the truth, right? We do have a lot of control over the banks and Hollywood and the economy and the media and all this kind of stuff, right? And so the other nations that don't have this blessing from God that we, the people of Israel, do, we the Jews do, that's why we're able to accomplish so much, in my opinion, right? They're kind of jealous of us. They're scared of us. They don't understand it. How is this little people able to, to do so much, to influence so much? And eventually it really leads to exactly the same thing we see here, right? Which is eventually they get sick of us. They've had enough. They want us out, or they want to kill us. It's happened, I don't know, tens of times. I think the number is actually in the hundreds of countries that have actually thrown the Jews out eventually. And the United States is going to be added to that list not too far in the future, in my estimation. All right, kasher yanu. Hopefully they'll just throw us out and not kill us like the Germans did. Okay, I'm not there right now anyway, so I already got out. Okay. Anywho, so we're already sticking out like a sore thumb in Egypt, and Pharaoh, for some strange reason, doesn't want to get rid of us. I guess he saw us again as a good source of labor, or adding to the economy, or whatever the case may be. He saw the value of the children of Israel being there, but he certainly was afraid of how fast they were multiplying and the fact that they might be a threat to him someday. And so he wanted to deal with this problem by enslaving us. Verse 13. And the Egyptians, or Egypt, they enslaved the children of Israel, Bafarech, okay, with hard labor, back-breaking labor. Maybe is a better way to translate this, right? Because lifarech, parach, means to break into pieces, right? Let me just see here. Right, so here it says to break apart, to fracture, right? So maybe a good translation there would be with back-breaking labor, right? Since befarech means like either it implies, like I don't know, breaking stones or something. I guess they didn't use stones; they used mud bricks. Okay, like any rate, back-breaking labor. In fact, I think I'm going to add that to my list of translations. So I am working on a commentary and translation of the Torah, and I'm trying to find good translations. Let me add that. Translations. So this is going to be Varech, and this is Exodus 1:13. Just give me a second here. Ouch. Anybody else who hates the keyboard on the Macintosh laptops, I can't stand it because they're so flat. It's almost like a keyboard on a smartphone or something like that. I used to like those old keyboards that you can really feel the different keys. Okay. Anywho, so Exodus 1:13. Okay, usual translation is going to be with rigor or with hard labor. Okay. Translation, backbreaking labor. Comments, root. Okay, resh, chaf means break into pieces. So here, oops. To break apart, fracture. Just say to break apart. Oops. Apart. And therefore, I think it speaks for itself. Okay, good. That's that. Okay, so with backbreaking labor, verse 14, yimareru et chayhem, okay, and they embittered their lives, right? There we go with the embittered, right? And that's why we eat the bitter herbs with the Passover sacrifice. So there are two things we eat with the Passover sacrifice that we're required to eat with the Passover sacrifice: matzah, unleavened bread, and maror, bitter herbs, right? And that is an allusion to this. They embittered our lives. Or maybe one could say that this word was chosen so that later we can eat the bitter herbs to commemorate it. Okay, so they embittered their lives ba'avodah kasha, with hard work, b'chomer, with how do they translate this again? Like, I forgot how to say it in English. With hold on a second, mortar. I was thinking cement, but that's not the correct word. Mortar. Ulivenim, and with bricks. V'chol avodah b'sadeh, and all kinds of work in the fields. At kol avodatam asher avdu behem b'farech, and all kinds of work of labor, which they made them labor with made them do back-breaking labor. Okay. And by the way, it should be pointed out that this word parech, if I can find it, so in Leviticus 25 is the only other place this word appears, parech, and it involves the rules for an Israelite slave. Okay, so if I go to the English version of Leviticus 25, right, so it's these verses here. This is Leviticus 25:25. If one of your fellow Israelites becomes poor and sells some of their property, the nearest relative is to come and redeem what they've sold. If, however, there is no one to redeem it for them, but later on, where is it? But if they do not, no, wait a second. That's not it. One second. Where was it? 25:43 is the first one. Okay. Okay, if any of your, we'll start it here. I'll just read the English. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. Okay, so in other words, this is the other type of slavery. This is Israelite slavery. Okay, an Israelite that needs to basically, that goes into debt and has to sell off the debt by becoming a slave to another Israelite. Okay, they are to be treated as hard workers or temporary residents. By the way, those are the two types of workers or of stati that we saw in Exodus 48, the types of people who do not bring the Passover sacrifice. Hard work is sachir, and temporary residence is toshav. Okay, just kind of a side point, but nonetheless they're mentioned here. Among you, okay, they are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. They and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors, because the Israelites are my servants who I brought out of Egypt. They must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. So here it is. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but if we look at the Hebrew there, that's 25:43. Let's go back, right? The Hebrew says, Lo tirdu bo befarech biareta me Elohecha. Do not rule over them. What's the word there? Befarech. Okay, with back-breaking labor. It's the same word exactly that we see here in Exodus 1:14, okay, that the Egyptians ruled over the Israelites befarech, with backbreaking labor. Okay, the only other context that appears is when an Israelite becomes a slave to another Israelite. You're not supposed to do what Egypt did to the Israelites. You're not supposed to rule over the Israelites, or you're not supposed to rule over an Israelite slave befarech, with backbreaking labor, or in the same way that the Egyptians ruled over the Israelites. In other words, they're not to be like a slave to you as the Egyptians enslaved us. Why? As it says here, okay, if we go back to the previous verses, that's 43, okay? Because the Israelites are my servants who I brought out of Egypt. They must not be sold as slaves, right? So when Yahweh redeemed the Israelites and made them into his servants, they can no longer be treated as servants the way the Egyptians treated the Israelites as servants, okay? The Egyptians ruled over us befarech, with backbreaking labor, or as they translate it here, ruthlessly. But when we were taken by Yahweh, we became his slaves, and therefore we can never be enslaved by anyone else, including our fellow Israelites, okay? And therefore, if an Israelite becomes a slave to another Israelite, He's not to be treated in the way that the Egyptians treated the Israelites, which is bafarech, with backbreaking labor. He's to be treated like a toshav or sachir, like a day laborer, or like a permanent or like a green card holder. Okay, but not like a slave. Okay, all right. All right. Any questions? Any comments? Alrighty, so let's see where we were. So we're going down to verse 14, and that's it. That's verse 14. Let's move on. I'm going to go for about another half an hour, and then I'm going to stop. So we have here the development of the Hebrew alphabet. Notice that in the early script, that's the Proto-Sinaitic script, the letters are represented by figures. The word for each figure begins with the same sound that the letter represents. For instance, the figure for Resh is a head, which is Rosh in Hebrew. What other figures can you identify? Okay, so that's really the way this Proto-Sinaitic took, many people say, hieroglyphs from Egyptian hieroglyphics, many of which, but not all of which, were pictographs, meaning a pictograph is when a symbol represents a full word or a full thought, right? And then they took some of these Egyptian hieroglyphics and turned them. Basically, they turned it into, well, technically not an alphabet. It would technically be an abjad, but we'll just call it an alphabet. And what that means is that they took the symbol. So for here, for instance, let's take one, right? So this symbol here, where it says early under Beit, right? That is a picture of a house, okay? And the word for house in Hebrew or in Semitic languages is bayit. In Hebrew, it's bayit, right? So they took the Egyptian hieroglyph for a house, which was this. In Hebrew, the word is bayit, and that came to represent, the first letter of bayit is a b sound, and so that came to represent in the alphabet, technically in the abjad, that came to represent the letter bet, or the sound b. Okay, and so this just shows the tracing of the some various stages in the development of the Hebrew alphabet up until the modern script, or what's called the Assyrian script, the Ashurit script. A lot more to say about this, but this is not the right time or the right place. Okay. All right, so we are now in Exodus 1, 15 through 22. What's funny is that there's a significant Jewish population in the town of Goshen, New York. I'm sure it's not lost on the people who live there. Okay. Maybe it is. American Jews seem to be completely blind to their own fate, or to their own, how they're perceived by the rest of the Americans, and it ain't too good. Let's put it this way. All right. Okay. So we are in Exodus 1:15. Pick it up over here. Okay. ויאמר מלך מצרים למילדות העבריות אשר שם האחד שפרה ושם השנית פועה. Okay, so the king of Egypt said to the midwives of the Hebrews. These are not Hebrew midwives. It's clear that they're Egyptian midwives, but the midwives of the Hebrews. Asher Shem Achad, for whom the name of one was Shifra and the name of the other was Pua. Verse 16, Vayomer biyaldechem et ha'ivriot u're'iten al ha'avnim, sorry, ha'avnayim im ben hu wa hamiten oto wa im bat hi wa haya. So, I'm going to skip my attempted biblical Hebrew accent, or at least my Tiberian Hebrew accent, and because we're just going to get bogged down. Okay. Yomer b'yadechem et ha'ivriot uri'item al avnayim im ben hu wa hamitem oto wa im bat hi wa haya. To make a long story short, these Egyptian midwives who were servicing the Israelites we're told that if it's a son that's born, to kill him. Okay, so this is how Pharaoh is going to take care, kind of like Hitler is going to take care of the Jewish problem, right? All the male children. His idea is they're growing so large, they're becoming such an internal threat. Kill off all the male children. Okay, verse 7. V'tirena hamyeladot et Elohim v'lo asu kasher diber elehen melech Mitzrayim v'techayena et hayeladim. Okay, and the midwives feared God, and they did not do according to asu kasher diber elehen melech Mitzrayim, according to what the king of Egypt had spoken to them or had commanded them, v'techayena et hayeladim, and they kept the children, in other words, the male children, alive. Okay, verse 18. Vayikra melech Mitzrayim lemyeladot, and the king of Egypt called the midwives. Yomer lehen, madua asitem hadavar hazeh v'tichayena et hayeladim. Basically, I'll paraphrase. So basically, Pharaoh is asking, these Egyptian midwives ministering to the Israelites, why aren't you following my instructions? And they come up with some lame excuse that Pharaoh doesn't like, but God likes apparently. But Tomarna hamyeladot el Paro, and the midwife said to Paro, Kilo kinashim hamitzriot ha'ivriot. These Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women. Ki hayot hena b'terem tavo elehem, because they give birth before we get to them. Elehem miyaledet b'terem tavo elehem hamiyaledet v'yaladu. Okay, before the midwife comes to them, they've already given birth. Again, to paraphrase, because I want to rush through it a little bit. Verse 20, V'yetev Elohim yeladot v'yerev ha'am v'yamtzu ma'od. And so God was good to these midwives, and the nation of Israel continued to grow in size and become very great in number. Okay, verse 21. Vayhi ki yir'u hamiladot et ha Elohim ya'as lehem batim, and so God was good to the midwives. To make a long story short, verse 22, Avitzah paro lechol amo lemor kol ben hayilod hayeora tashlichuhu mechol habat tichayun. So now Paro comes up with plan B. He realizes he can't rely on these mieladot, on the midwives, so he enlists the entire people of Egypt. And he sends out the command, since the midwives are not, or making up some lame excuse why they can't kill the boys, then Pharaoh enlists the entire people to do it. If you see a baby Israelite boy, then throw him in the river. Okay. So that's that, and that's 22. All right. Any questions? Any comments before we move on? Okay, I'm going to go for about another 20 minutes or so, and then we will end it. All righty. Next picture, approaching Jerusalem, April 16th, 2005. I think it's time for a little break for a song. Let's see what we got on our song list. Take a 5-minute break for a song. Ooh, that's a nice one. Let's go for this one.
בקוטב הצפוני וגם דרומה, אך אין מקום כמו ארץ ישראל, וכמו גלויות של נוף יפות, תמונות בזיכרוני עפות, כמו בעד עדשה של מצלמה. בתרמילי אותן אסע לכל מקום בכל מסע, קטעי פסיפס מתוך תמונה שלמה. שלום לכם ארץ נורץ, עבדך דל נושא לך שיר מזמור, גם אם לעתים נודד אני על דרך, לנדוד אך טוב יותר לחזור. פריחי המגדלים בירושלים, בסמטאות השוק הצבעוני, גגות הרעפים של גבעתיים, הניבטים מבעד חלוני, את האביב את סבתי ואת סבי, את החם ואת נרות את ים המלח מול אדום, ואשת לוט סופה לסדום, ואת הקיץ אורחה אלה. שלום לך ארץ נהדרת, עבדך דל נושא לך שיר מזמור, גם אם לעתים נודד אני על דרך, מה טוב לנדוד אך טוב יותר לחזור. מימיה הכחולים של הכנרת, והרקיע התואם מעט, והרגשת הבית המוכרת, בתוך אורכי זורמת כמו חשמל. הרי גליל והשומרון, הפרדסים שבשרון, וילדים בגן המושבה, את הכרמל ואת הים, אחד אחד ואת כולם, תמיד קורצים אומרים ברוך הבא. שלום לך ארץ נהדרת, עבדך דל נושא לך שיר מזמור, גם אם לעתים נודד אני על דרך, מה טוב דוד אך יותר לחזור. מעל פסגת הר הצופים אשתחווה לך אפיים, מעל פסגת הר הצופים שלום לך ירושלים, אלפי דורות חלמתי עלייך, לראות לזכות באור פנייך, ירושלים, ירושלים, האירי פנייך לבנך, ירושלים, ירושלים, מחורבותייך אבנך, מעל פסגת הר הצופים אשתחווה לך אפיים, מעל פסגת הר הצופים שלום לך ירושלים, באלפי ברכות היי ברוכה, מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה, ירושלים, ירושלים, אני לא אסוס מפה, ירושלים, ירושלים, יבוא המשיח, יבוא
Okay. All right. So we'll do a little bit more, go for maybe another 20 minutes or something like that, and then we're going to end it. So, okay, here's our picture approaching Jerusalem. This is also taken in Ein Karim, in the valley below Ein Karim, on the outskirts of Jerusalem. And we are in Exodus 3. Exodus 3. Yes, sir. Exodus 3. And we're going to start in verse 7. We're going to do verses 7 through 10. So this is the burning bush, right? Here through here. And in verse 7, this is also part of the burning bush. Yomer Yahweh, Ra'o, Ra'iti, et ani, ami, asher b'Misrayim, wa'et sa'aqatam, shamati, mipnei nochshao, ki yada'ati et macho'av, macho'vao. Okay, and Yahweh said, so this is God speaking to Moses in the burning bush, okay, from the burning bush. Ra'o ra'iti et ani ami. I most certainly taken notice of or seen the affliction, the poverty of my people. Asher Mitzrayim, who are in Egypt. Wa'et sa'akatam, and their cry, shamati, and I've heard the cry, right? So he's seen and heard. Ra'o ra'iti, I've most certainly seen what? Their affliction. And I've heard, shamati, their cry, right? So God has seen and heard. Mipnei nochshav, before their taskmasters. Ki yadati et machoav, and I know their pain. Okay? So he's seen their affliction, heard their cry, and he knows, he identifies with, he feels, right? That's how kids say in the modern age. I feel you, right? He feels their pain, right? I know their pain, okay? Okay, he identifies with it in a certain sense. He knows of it. He it's not just know, oh, like, okay, their pain. It's like it almost implies that he can feel the pain that his beloved children of Israel are going through, okay? So why didn't he come down before? Why is he waiting till now? Because there's a right time, there's a time and a place for everything. Everything has its right time and its right place. Okay. Verse 8, Wa'ered lahatzilo miad Mitzrayim, and I will come down to save them from the hand of Egypt. Lahaloto min ha'aretz hahi el eretz tova urechava, and to bring them up from that land to a good land, a good and wide, a good and open land. El eretz zavat halav udvash, to a land flowing with milk and honey. In makom Kena'ani, to the place of the, and then we have a list of some of the nations, some of the Canaanite nations. Verse 9, Wa'ata hine ta'akat b'nei Israel ba'a elai. And behold, now the cry, the scream of the children of Israel has come to me. V'ram ra'iti et halachat asher Mitzrayim lochatzim alon otam. And also I have seen the pressure, translate here, the oppression, asher Mitzrayim lochatzim otam, with which Egypt is oppressing them. Okay? So God has taken notice. Now it's time, right? We've spoken many times about this word lifkod, right? Ifkod, right? I will certainly, and the translators never know exactly how to translate this. They usually translate it as visit or revisit or recompense, right? But God says when the time comes, he will lifkod, he will remember. It's another way they translate it. He will remember the Israelites, but it really means more than that, right? It means that God will wait, or he will kind of, quote unquote, not pay attention or forget it for a while, but when that right time comes, when that right moment comes, he's going to turn his attention towards the Israelites, and he's going to take care of business. He's going to save them and punish the enemies. That's the idea of lifkod. The idea is a good translation might be something along the lines of pay back at the right time, or take notice of and pay back at the right time. Okay, and that's exactly what Yahweh is doing right here. Right? He hasn't done it so far. He's God. He could do it whenever he wants. But there's a certain timing for everything. Right? There's a certain time when things are just the right time and make sense. And this is now the time that it makes sense for Yahweh to step into the picture and do his thing and take care of business. Okay. So we were going to 7 through 10. Did we do it? One more verse. ואתה לך ואשלחך ואשלחך אל פרעה ועשה את עמי בני ישראל ממצרים. And now I'm going to go, and I will send you to Pharaoh, and take my people out of the land, free my people, or take my people out of the land of Egypt. Okay? So again, that's God speaking to Moses in the burning bush. Now we get to this picture of the Gezer calendar. Oh boy, this is important. We can really get a lot of information from this. But it says, so this was found in Gezer. It's dated to the 10th century BCE. So that would be around the time of, let's see, I think David, they usually said, was in the 7th century BCE, or maybe it's the 8th century BCE. So probably the time of the judges, something around that, something like that. Okay. So 2 months gathering, 2 months planting, 2 months late sowing, 1 month cutting flax, 1 month reaping barley, 1 month reaping and measuring wheat, 2 months pruning, 1 month summer fruit. So states the Gezer calendar, one of the most important archaeological finds from ancient Israel. Excavated in the ruins of the ancient city of Gezer and dated to the 10th century BCE, this limestone tablet describes the agricultural cycle of Israel, including the barley harvest. Okay, so we could sit here and talk about this for a long time. Let's just do one thing. Let's add up the months. 2 months gathering, that's 2. 2 months planting, that's 4. 2 months late sowing, that's 6. 1 month cutting flax, that's 7. 1 month reaping barley, that's 8. 1 month reaping and measuring wheat, that's 9. 2 months pruning, that's 11. 1 month summer fruit, that is 12. Okay. So there's really, oh boy, is there a lot to say here, but I think we're not going to, because we'll just get into a lot of different things. So it adds up to 12 months, right? There are 12 months that are mentioned here, and it follows basically the agricultural cycle that we're well aware of from the Torah, from the Tanakh. Okay, so let's go to 1 month reaping barley. Right, so we know that when we start reaping barley, that's the beginning of the Omer offering. Okay, so 1 month reaping barley. So the beginning of the barley harvest is basically Passover. Right. We also know that 50 days later, right, 7. I guess is it exactly 50 days? It's 50 days from the beginning of from counting the Omer, right? We count 49, and then there's a 50th day, but that the Omer offering is brought on a Sunday, Lamacharat Shabbat. So that would ostensibly be the first Sunday after the beginning of the barley harvest, or Karaites traditionally say that it's the first Sunday. It's the Sunday that falls within Hag HaMazoth. In other words, tomorrow. Okay. So, but at any rate, 50 days later, after the beginning of the barley harvest, shall we say, approximately 50 days, right, is the festival of Shavuot. What is 50 days? It's about 2 months later, right? And we see this reflected here. So we have 1 month reaping barley, and then 1 month reaping and measuring wheat. So this would represent the beginning of the barley harvest, and there's about a month of that, okay? And then in the following month is going to be the dealing with the wheat. Okay, and we know that Shavuot, which is 50 days later, so that's in that second month, okay, about a month and a half after the beginning of the barley harvest, okay, we know that Shavuot has to do with the first fruits of the wheat harvest, okay? So that seems to be encapsulated here. Again, it's not breaking it down day by day, but it's breaking it down month by month. So if we have 1 month of barley and then 1 month of wheat, then that 1 month of wheat will start in the month after the barley, right? 1 month, 1 month, and that is in line with the Shavuot holiday. Okay, 2 months of pruning, 1 month of summer fruit. So this would bring us. So let's see. This would bring us. Let's just say that the barley harvest starts on the 15th of the first month. Okay, then the wheat harvest is going to start. It's going to go to the 15th of the second month. The wheat harvest will start on the 15th of the second month and go to the 15th of the third month. Although, based on Shavuot, it's not going to be at the very beginning of that month. So, at any rate, this brings us to the 15th of the third month. This now 2 months of pruning, and it's talking about pruning the grapevines. Okay, that's going to bring us to the 15th of, where were we? Second month. We're at the end of the third month. So this is going to bring us to the end of the fifth month. Okay, and 1 month of summer fruit. That'll bring us to, I'm sorry, not to the end. We're saying from the 15th. Let's do this again. So this is going to end on the 15th of the second month. This will end on the 15th of the third month. This will end on the 15th of the fifth month. This will end on the 15th of the sixth month. Okay? And then we go back to the beginning, 2 months gathering. So that's going to take us from the 15th of the sixth month to the 15th of the eighth month. We know that Sukkot falls on the 15th of the seventh month. In other words, right in the middle of this period. And we know that Sukkot is also called Chag Asif, the festival of gathering, or the festival of ingathering. So this is, again, right in line with everything. Okay? All right. Let's move on. Any questions, any comments? Can you share that link? Which link are you talking about? Desiree? Please type in which link you're talking about. I'm not sure which link you're talking about, so please let me know. Okay, so here's a picture that I took in Israel. This is something called the bee orchid. There are wild orchids that grow all over Israel, mostly in the later spring, like March into April. And you'll see all different types of orchids, and they're very beautiful. From one of those orchids, I can't remember the exact, the one with the months, the one that I just had up. Okay, so that's called the Gezer calendar. You could just, if you Wikipedia the Gezer calendar. Okay, and also, Desiree, do you have the link to the Passover Haggadah? If not, here it is. I'll put it in again, and then it'll be in that link. Okay, so 1 second here. You're welcome. And here, in case you don't have it for whatever reason, there's the link to the Passover Haggadah that we're following. Okay. All right. Yeah. So this is called the bee orchid for obvious reasons, and it's really an amazing plant, as you can see here. Those are not bees; those are actually flowers, and they are made to mimic female bees. So male bees will come and try to mate with these flowers, and in doing so, they will transfer pollen, right? So it's a really brilliant way, if you want to call it evolutionary adaptation, or if you want to call it the wisdom of Yahweh, or both. I would say both. The two are not contradictory at all. Then this is a brilliant way that this flower has come up with to spread its seed to other members of its species. Okay, the bee orchid is one of the most fascinating plants to dot the pre-Hag HaMazoth landscape of the land of Israel. The bees you see are actually flowers which look and even smell like female bees. When male bees attempt to mate with these look-alike bees, they transfer the orchid's pollen, resulting in fertilization. This was photographed in Ein Karam, Jerusalem, on March 5th, 2005. And yeah, these grow all over the place in the hills around Jerusalem. Very, very beautiful, beautiful flowers. Okay, we are in Shemot Daled. We're in Exodus 4, 21 through 23. So let's do that. 21 through 23, we said. Okay, so where are we here? This is Moses coming back to Egypt. Okay. ויאמר יהוה אל משה, בלכתך לשוב מצרימה, ראה כל המופתים אשר שמתי בידיך, ועשיתם לפני פרעה, ואני אחזק את ליבו, ולא ישלח את העם. Okay, there it is in my best Tiberian Hebrew accent. So Yahweh said to Moshe, when you go and return to Egypt, behold, or take notice of, or take a look at, or don't forget all of these signs that I've put into your hand, right? So there were a couple signs that God gave Moses, right? Take the staff, throw it on the floor, it becomes a snake. Grab the tail of the snake, it becomes a staff, etc. ועשיתם לפני פרעה, and you shall do them before Pharaoh. ואני אחזק את ליבו ולא ישלח את העם. But I will literally harden his heart, and he will not harden. This is achazek, like strengthen, but we had a better word that we'd come up with. How do they translate it here? It's not harden. Achazek is God, I had a good translation for this one, and I forgot what I was saying. Achazek. Did I write it down on my translation list? Hold on a second. No, I didn't. All right, I'll have to think of it another time. It literally means chazak, to make hard, to make strong, but it doesn't. It means obstinate, make his heart obstinate, obdurate, something like that. At any rate, I'll just go with harden his heart, and he will not let the people go. He will not send away the people. Okay. Verse 22, V'amata el Paro, Ko amar Yahweh b'ni b'chori Yisrael, and you shall say to Pharaoh, so says Yahweh, b'ni b'chori Yisrael, Yisrael is my son, my firstborn son. Now this obviously is very important, okay? Israel is my firstborn son, okay? Verse 23, Wa omar elecha shalach et bini ויעבדני אותי מעין לשלחו הנה אנוכי הורך את בנך בכורך. So, and he said to him, and say to him, let my people go, or let my son go, so that they may worship me. And if you refuse to send him, behold, I will kill your son, your firstborn son, right? So this is like the tit for tat. This is the karma, right? There's so much karma. The rabbis like to call it mida keneged mida. The Hindus or whoever, I guess the Hindus call it karma. We could just call it, what goes around comes around, or tit for tat, or whatever. But God is saying, Israel's my son, my firstborn son. So if you don't let them go, I'm going to kill your firstborn son. Okay? And I could speak literally for hours about the significance of this idea of being the firstborn son. We've spoken about it many times before, right? There's a lot of play with the firstborn sons. So for instance, Ruvain is knocked off his perch as firstborn son, and basically so are Shimon and Levi. And basically, Yosef is elevated to the role of firstborn son. Okay, we know that Yaakov comes out grabbing the heel of Esau. Esau is the firstborn son, but Yaakov purchases the right of the firstborn son, the Bechorah, from Esau. Right. So there's all this exchange. The whole theme of the firstborn son extends basically throughout the entire Tanakh, right? Even in the story of David, right? So David's father brings all of his children, right? Before was it Shmuel? I believe it was Shmuel. And Shmuel is supposed to point out who the who the next king of Israel is going to be. And then there's one who's out shepherding the fields, and it's his youngest son, and that's David, right? It's not the firstborn son; it's the youngest son, right? So the youngest son gets elevated to be basically the head of Israel, the firstborn of all of Israel, if you want to put it that way, right? So this theme of the firstborn and the exchange of the firstborn for the secondborn. We have the story of Joseph bringing Ephraim and Manasseh to meet Yaakov, and Yaakov crosses his hands, right? And he puts his left hand on Manasseh, and he puts his right hand on Ephraim. Even though Manasseh was the firstborn, essentially Manasseh and Ephraim exchange places, and Ephraim takes on the role of the firstborn. And we could go on for hours regarding the theme of the firstborn. Okay, but here we see it again in the case of Israel being called the firstborn of Yahweh, right? So all the nations are Yahweh's children, but Israel is his firstborn. Israel is basically his special favored son, the one who has a status of firstborn, the one who is basically going to take over the family business, right? And become a nation of priests. Is going to be God's right hand man in this world, ministering, teaching all the nations the ways of Yahweh, right? That's the role of the firstborn son, and that's the role that Israel takes on. Okay, that was through 23. Maybe we'll do one little bit more. Okay, so we have here the Teldan Stele, I think it's pronounced. I've never been able to pronounce that word correctly. I always call it steel, but I think they call it stili or stile. Okay, the highlighted letters above read House of David, Bait David. You can see it right here, boxed in, making this the oldest known reference to King David outside of the Bible, written in Aramaic in the mid-9th century BCE. They are part of the Tel Dan stele, which was found during excavations in the ancient city of Dan, which was one of the main cities in the Northern Kingdom. Okay. All right, we'll do one more. We'll do this, and then we're going to stop. Okay. Any questions, any comments so far or about this? Anybody? Questions or comments? No? All right, let's go on. We are now in Exodus 5, 1 through 9. And then I think we'll end it. Although I could go on for another couple of hours. I just love doing this. Who knows? Maybe I will. Ouch. I slept in a weird position last night. Now my back is killing me. Oh, God. All right. Usually doesn't happen. Ooh. Okay. Exodus 5, 1 through 9. ואחר באו משה ואהרון ויאמרו אל פרעה כה אמר יהוה אלוהי ישראל. So Moshe and Aaron came to Pharaoh, and they said, כה אמר יהוה אלוהי ישראל. So says Yahweh, the God of Israel, שלח את עמי יחוגו לי במדבר. Let my people go, that they may worship me in the desert. Verse 2. ויאמר פרעה מי יהוה אשר אשמע מקולו לשלח את ישראל לא ידעתי את יהוה וגם את ישראל לא אשלח. And Pharaoh said, who is Yahweh that I should listen to his voice? And I've spoken about this. This is one of my favorite verses in the Torah, or at the very least in the Exodus story, right? Who is Yahweh? I don't know this. Who's this imaginary friend in the sky of yours? And now you're telling me that I already said I'm not going to let these people go. I'm afraid of them joining my enemies, okay, going to war against me, leaving the nation. I've already enslaved them, and now you're telling me I have to let these people go, and you're quoting some God that I never heard of before. Get away, you little, fly. Stop bothering me. Okay, get out of my face, okay? And of course, the irony is, by the end of this, Pharaoh is going to know very well who Yahweh is, and he's going to be begging to Yahweh to take away plagues and even to bless him. And it's going to be this Yahweh who he says, Yahweh, please take your stupid imaginary friend away from me. It's going to be this Yahweh who destroys him his dynasty, his nation. Well, I don't know about his dynasty, but destroys him and his nation, right? Mi Yahweh asher eshma b'kolo. Who's this Yahweh? Who's Yahweh that I should listen to his voice? L'shalach et Yisrael, to send it, to let Israel go. Lo yadati et Yahweh. I've never heard of this Yahweh. I don't know. I've never known this Yahweh. V'ram et Yisrael lo shalech, and I have no intention of letting Israel go. I've never heard of this Yahweh, and I have no intention of letting Israel go. Paraphrasing to kind of bring out the essence of what he's trying to say, what Pharaoh is saying. Verse 3, V'yomru Elohei ha'ivriim. V'yomru, and they said, meaning Moshe and Aaron said, Elohei ha'ivriim nikra aleinu nelacha na derech shloshet yamim bamidbar ונזבחה ליהווה אלוהינו פן יפגענו בדבר או בחרב. Okay. ויאמרו אלוהי העבריים, ויאמרו אלוהי העבריים נקרא אלינו. And he said, and they said, meaning Moshe and Aaron said, אלוהי העבריים נקרא אלינו, the God of the Hebrews is called to us, is called upon us. And here's the request, נחנה דרך שלושת ימים במדבר. We want to go out for 3 days into the wilderness, into the desert, just for 3 days. When he's B'chal Yahweh Eloheinu, so that we may slaughter sacrifices to Yahweh our God. Pen yifga'enu b'deva or b'cherev, lest he kill us with disease, pestilence, or by the sword, right? So Moshe is making up an excuse, right? You see that Moshe is he really makes up a lot of. He's playing, and I've said this many times before throughout the years, he's playing, it's not really him playing. God is playing psychologically with Pharaoh. Okay, God is really, really, really messing with Pharaoh's brain, right? And to mess with Pharaoh's brain, he's lying to him outright, right? There's no problem lying to a guy like Pharaoh. He's a piece of garbage, right? He's a Hitler, right? He wanted to kill all of Israel off, right? So, but Moshe and Aaron and God and Yahweh are intentionally lying to Pharaoh, right? So they're making up this excuse, right? You know, don't you care about us? We're going to get hurt, right? We need to do this, right? It's not that we want to leave Egypt. We're worried that we're going to get hurt. Don't you have any mercy on us? Don't you care about us at all, right? He's trying to pull on Pharaoh's heartstrings, knowing that Pharaoh in a million years doesn't give a damn about him or whether the Israelites are going to get hurt if they don't worship God, or even believing that they're going to get hurt because he doesn't even believe in this God at all, right? But you just see the psychological games that ultimately that Yahweh is playing with Pharaoh's mind, right? Okay, verse 4, V'yomer alehem melech Mitzrayim, and the king of Egypt said to them, Lama Moshe v'Aaron tafriu et ha'am me'ma'asav lechu lesivlotechem. Okay, and so the king of Egypt responds, why, Moses and Aaron, are you distracting the people from their duties? Lechu lesivlotechem, go to your tasks. Okay, in other words, get away from me. I don't have to listen to you. You know, you stop speaking nonsense. Stop wasting my time. Stop bringing your imaginary gods, and stop giving me these lame excuses about how you have to go out into the desert or else you're going to get hurt. Okay, just please get out of my face. Go back and do your work. Okay, so Pharaoh has no intention whatsoever of giving the least bit of credence to Moshe's request, Moshe and Aaron's request, but most of all to recognizing even an inkling of this new God that he's never heard of. He's not a new God, but this God who's new in his eyes, who he's never heard of before. Verse 5, Yomer Paro, Hena Rabim Am Haaretz, Uishbatem Otam Yisivlotam. And Pharaoh says, behold, the people are very great in number, right? He keeps on going back to this, harping on this, right? It's almost like the Nazis harping on the Jews are, I don't know, they control all the money or something like that. Not that it was necessarily untrue. It's also not untrue that the people are great in number, right? But he's harping on this, right? It's like an obsession of his. The people are great in number, right? But in this case, now he's put them to work as slaves, and so all this labor is stopping. It's like a shvita klalit in Israel, like a general strike, right? So stop. You're making all of my labor stop, right? But we see that Pharaoh is completely, he doesn't give the slightest bit of credence or attention to anything that Moshe and Aaron have to say, right? They're just, complete, pains in the neck for him, and so is they and their imaginary God. Okay. What are we up to? That was verse 5. We're going to 9. Okay, verse 6. Vayitzav paro biyom hahu et. I want to do with my attempted biblical accent. Wa Esau et paro bayom hahu et hanochsim ba'am wa et shut rao lemor. Okay, so Paro commanded on that day the taskmasters over the people of Israel, et shotrav, and the oh God, how they always translate, not policemen but officers. There we go. Okay, the officers to say. So we have two groups here. We have the nochshim and we have the shotrav. Oops. So the nochshim are Egyptians, and the shotrav are Israelites. Okay, as I always like to point out. So the nochshim, they're like the SS guards, and the shotrav, the shotrim, the officers, these are Israelites who are basically, and we see this explicitly because anyway, we'll get to that in a second. So these are like the kapos in the concentration camps, okay, or like the Judenrat, okay. These are the SS guards. These are Egyptians. These are Israelites. Okay. So Pharaoh commands the Egyptian overlords and the Israelite officers, the Israelite kapos, saying, "Lo tosifun latet teven la'am Lisbon halivenim kitmol shilshom hem yelchu u'kosheshu lahem teven." Okay. So basically, to paraphrase, well, I won't paraphrase. Let's translate. Lo tosifun latet teven la'am. You shall no longer give straw to the people to the Israelites. Lisbon halivenim, to literally to brick the bricks, to make the bricks. Kitmol shishom, as you did yesterday and the day yesterday and the day before, literally 2 days ago and 3 days ago. But we start counting today is day 1, yesterday is day 2. And 2 days ago is 3 days ago, okay? But it means as you did in the past, they should go and gather for themselves the straw, right? So now Pharaoh is making the situation worse, right? Verse 8, Wa'et matkonet halivenim asher hem asim k'mol shilshom tasimu alehem. לא תגרעו ממנו כי נרפאים הם, על כן הם צועקים לאמור נרקם ונזבחה לאלוהינו. Okay? And the same amount, the same formula of the of bricks, the same amount of bricks that they were making previously, tasimu alehem, you shall place upon them. In other words, you shall require of them. Lo tigra'u mimenu, you shall not reduce it, you shall not take away from it, you shall not reduce it, ki nirpa'im hem, because they're slackers, okay? They usually translate as lazy, but better as slackers because the underlying root rafa, resh, pe, hey means to be loose or to be slack, okay? Let's see how that translated here. They're idle. I'm going to grab this. Put it in my little translation thingy. Nirpa'im, slackers. That's the usual translation. Lazy. Slackers. Root. Re. Pay. Hey. Means loose, slack. Okay. Alrighty. Al-ken him tzoakim lemor, and this is why they cry out, saying, saying, we want to go and worship and bring and slaughter sacrifices to our God, or slaughter to our God. Okay. So this is what, right? They have nothing better to do, so they come up with this, this fake god. They imagine that this fake god is calling them out into the desert for 3 days. That this fake god is gonna hurt them if they don't do it, right? I mean, obviously these people have way too much time in their hands. So the only logical response is to give them more work because, what is it? What's the famous phrase? Idleness leads to sin, right? And Arbeit macht frei, right? Work makes one free, right? So obviously they need more work because their idleness is leading them to sin, to come up with all these imaginary gods and these imaginary requests by these gods to call them out, by this god to call them out into the desert and blah blah blah. These people obviously have way too much time on their hands, so we have to give them more work. Okay. Let the labor placed upon these people be increased or be made more weighty. Yasuba and let them do it. And let them not wallow. Let's get it actually better translate. Let them not gaze. Okay. Okay, we'll go with wallow. Okay, let them not wallow in words, in lies, in things, in false things. Okay. So Pharaoh, oh boy, there really is so much to say about this. But Pharaoh, he's arrogant, right? It's like all of these arrogant people that you see, like, I don't know, on television, or I don't know, they're so sure they have it all figured out, and they think that I don't know, it's like the left versus the right. Let's put it that way, right? The left, they're so arrogant, they're so sure that their ways are right, and they look down on the right, right? What was it? The basket of deplorables and all this kind of, right? The left is so arrogant, right? And they think that the right are just like these immature children who don't understand the enlightened, smart ways of the left, and so they really just, they just completely disregard them. They think they're just, primitive, immature children, basically, right? And that's exactly the kind of attitude that Pharaoh is taking here, right? He's completely condescending to the Israelites. He completely condescends to them, right? What is this? Please don't waste my time with your stupid lies, your imaginary gods, your imaginary punishments. Get out of here, get out of my face, get back to work, right? He thinks he's got it figured out, and the Israelites are just coming with nonsense, right? And of course, by the end, nafochu, it's going to be just the opposite. We're going to find out that the Israelites are the ones who are really have it all figured out and are in control, and Pharaoh was the immature, unknowing, arrogant little child. Okay, and he's going to pay for it, just as the left will eventually pay for what they're doing, whether it's in the United States, in Israel, or anywhere else. Because the truth always comes out in the end. All right. Yeah, where were we? We're going to verse 9. So that's it. That's verse 9. Okay. I think I'm going to stop here. It's getting kind of late. We've been going at it for how long? A long time. A long time. A couple of hours. Let's see. Yeah, about 3.5 hours. All right. So let's end it here. I hope you guys will look through the rest of the Passover Haggadah. It's free to download. Just follow the link. It'll take you to the PDF. You can download it. You can use it if you want to do another Seder this Passover. Feel free to use it. If you want to use it for next year, feel free to use it. It's my gift to the Karaites and to the people of Israel and to the world overall. This is really it really is a labor of love. I've worked very, very hard on it over the years. This is now, I call it edition 2.2, but I've really been working on it for probably about 10 years on and off. Okay, so Yes, please do not forget to look into. I will look into that. Any questions? Any comments before we end it? No. All right. So let's go out with a song or two. Let's see what we got here. We could try this one, I suppose. One second. Let's see what we got here. My list of songs. Whoa. One second. Let's go back to here. Oh. What is going on here? Where? My playlists. Okay. Library. History. Show more. Playlists. Israel. Okay. That does it. Let's choose a nice one. Let's see here. Oh, Hakham Melech. Perfect. That's the one. All right. So wish everyone a Shabbat Shalom, Hag HaMazoth Sameach, Shavua Tov, and I should mention that I'm going to do another shiur. I'm going to do another class on Monday. I'll post the details. This is going to be a class about Passover in the Tanakh, and I will post the details on all the regular places. All right, so Shabbat Shalom, Shavua Tov, and Chag HaMazoth Sameach. On to music.
אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ. שניים מי יודע, שניים אני יודע, שני לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, 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 אלוהינו.
שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, תפרו לי בגדים, כיסים מילאו כיסי בגוזים, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח בא, שמחה שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע, שמחה רבה, אביב הגיע פסח. כל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה, הלילה זה כולו מצה, הלילה זה כולו מצה.
שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שאר ירקות, שאר ירקות. הלילה זה כולו מרום, הלילה זה לילה זה כולו מרום. עבדים היינו, אתה בני חורים, בני חורים. עבדים היינו, אתה בני חורים. עבדים היינו, אתה בני חורים, בני חורים. אתה בני חורים, בני חורים. והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, אלא שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, אלא שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם. אלו 10 המכות, אלו 10 המכות, דם צפרדע כלים ארוך, דבר שחרין ברד הרבה, חושך וגם מכת בכורות. המצרים קיבלו את 10 המכות, דם צפרדע כלים ארוך, דבר שחרין ברד הרבה, חושך וגם מכת בכורות. המצרים קיבלו את 10 המכות. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. הייתה יהודה לקודשו, ישראל ממשלותיו. הים רב הינוס, הירדן יסוב לאחור. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. אחד מי יודע, אחד אלוקינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. שניים מי יודע, שני לוחות הברית. אחד אלוקינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. שלושה מי יודע, שלושה אבות, שני לוחות הברית. אחד אלוקינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. ארבע מי יודע, 4 אמהות, 3 אבות, שני לוחות הברית. אחד אלוקינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ. אילו הוציאנו ממצרים, ולא עשה בהם שפטים דיינו. אילו נתן לנו את השבת ולא קרבנו לפני הסיני דיינו. די דיינו, די דיינו, די דיינו, 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 די דיינו, די דיינו, די דיינו, דיינו, דיינו. אילו נתן לנו את התורה, נתן לנו את התורה, נתן לנו דיינו. אילו הכניסנו לארץ ישראל ולא בנה את בית המקדש דיינו. די דיינו, די דיינו, די דיינו, 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 די דיינו, די דיינו, די דיינו, דיינו, דיינו. לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, בירושלים הבנויה, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, בירושלים הבנויה. 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 לשנה הבאה בירושלים, בירושלים הבנויה.